We're muted. There we go. Welcome in to our little cozy cafe. Hold on just a second. I feel like I forgot to add. Let me make sure that our background music is going as well. It's a good thing that they're virtual kitties. So you don't have to worry about that. But you can join the cat cafe. Let me go ahead and adjust my audio to make sure we're not too loud. And I'm still adding things to the scene, so please give me just a moment. We're gonna be relaxing here today for a bit, so this is gonna be a nice, relaxing day. Oh, that is you! You can change your appearance as well. You can be a human or a cat. But that's so sweet. There you are. Oh, let me go over really quick and pet you. Hold on. Let's see. Pet. How cute. That's so neat. I'm very happy with this. The goddess can float as well too. Maybe I should have been on my little cloud. Hold on, that would probably be a little bit more appropriate for us. Wait, there we go. Okay, hold on. Now I can gracefully glide over to you. Pet. How fun. Alright, we are missing some things from our scene. And I'm sure I won't remember everything that I have normally in here. We'll have to adjust it. How dare I? I'm sorry, kitty. But yes, I like this. This is very cute. I think it's really cozy, and I like having interactive things for anyone who comes and visits us. So I will keep doing and finding things. This is by Mal Labs. So thank you to the creator. This is such a wonderful thing. I think they just released it yesterday and I just happened to see that it was dropped. So this is so cute, and there's other things as well. Oh, you left. It does have people leave if they don't respond in a certain time. But if you want to, I think hopefully in our... Where is it? Oh, now you're a different kitty. I think, where is it at? What am I looking for? Oh, so I need to... Are you saying that about orange kitties? But if you see there, you can become human by typing like human. There is, and I'll look at that very quickly. Okay, the audio is not sounding too badly today. I'm happy about that. Let me look at the coding. Okay, so wait time for character to leave 180 seconds. So that's if after 180 seconds, if someone has not chatted, then their character will leave. And if you want to become a human, you can type in if you want to become a human. If you look at our little scroll wheel at the bottom of the scene, you can see, yes, you can, there you go. And now you're there. But yes. So welcome to our little cat cafe in Somnium. I thought that this was so nice for us to have, especially for like, you know, just relaxation. Cats are such a good dopamine booster. Even if you have such allergies, sometimes it's like, I love cats, but my nose. And I, as a sufferer of allergies as well, understand that completely, but I still love my cats. My nose just doesn't agree. So I hope that everyone likes this. I hope you like it. And the background will change, so as it gets towards the evening, the background will turn to night. So I'm really excited to see how the night will look, if there's like stars or if it's just kind of like a bit of a dark scene. And we can increase the number of cats here as well. We can add more. But that's 180 seconds. Should I change it to like 360? Do you think it should be 15 minutes? Here, let me... So it needs to be in seconds, the time. So what's 15 minutes in time? I don't know if we should do 15 minutes, because what if you think about like people coming and going. It does? Because we only have enough spaces for so many characters. So, I mean, I guess for now that makes sense, but we would definitely we would definitely have to change it later. Okay, so 10 minutes is how many seconds? That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so let's change that. Okay, sorry for the blip there. Oh, I forgot our other fun thing today that I think we'll try. Our little Bibu Boppy, our other Bibu Boppy. Let's see. Also don't know. You don't think the kitties need a litter box? They need somewhere to go, don't they? I also might make this smaller too. I love role-playing. Be kind, be kind. Oh no, where did it go? It's not showing up. Why is it not showing up though? It shouldn't need to be in front of everything, does it? Oh, it's just not showing at all. Is there a filter? No. What did I do? How did that not save? Oh, let's go down here and check that again. It's definitely 1200 seconds. Maybe I need to refresh. And now let me find the filter for this. There you are. Okay. Now let's see if it works. I don't know where my telepon is. It's just not showing. Are you in... What scene did I put? What scene did I have that in yesterday? It's just not showing at all. I wonder why. Strange. Either ways, welcome in. Oh wait, did you leave already? You're not there again. It's because today's the spring equinox. Welcome in, spring. Yay. But now you're sitting on the desk with me, which is absolutely adorable. I think it's okay that you're popping up as well again somewhere else. I kind of like that. I think it's cute. but let me go back and check the properties again. I may need to, oh, I know why. No. Did I make it in the wrong place? I don't think that I changed the properties in... Yeah, I do. I changed the properties in the background. In seconds. Character duration 1200 seconds. Oops. Okay, I changed it to 360 seconds this time to see if it will work. Also, can I be a kitty? I can be a kitty. 360 seconds just to test it. No scope. What do you mean? Are we playing a shooter? What's happening? Okay, I have to figure out why our telepon is not working. It's like just not showing. Properties. There we go. Everything just needs like a reboot. Uh-oh. Oh no! Okay. It's slowly getting there. Okay, we're gonna move this. Yeah. I'm getting it adjusted to see where... I am. I'm just trying to figure... No. I do want it to be smaller. Yeah. Well, I don't want it to necessarily cover this side, so... I think right there is okay. Having it directly over this sign looks pretty good. Okay, I think everything kind of looks okay right now. I like the layout of everything. We've got our welcome counters, so that's really good. We've got our commands and everything on our scrolling notifications, which is really good. I love the kitty on the counter. We've got our clock so we can see the time. I'm trying to think what else we normally have. We have our hour minder, which I didn't see if it fell. Our chibi falling event. So... Uh-oh. Oh, I should put that behind me so that it doesn't cover my head. So that way if that does come up, it's not in the way. Okay, so everything looks good. I think today we will do reading and then just have like a long sort of like working stream because I'm I have a lot of things that I need to study with regards to Baruto and 3D environments and such. So just to have some nice company, I think we'll just stay live for a while and chat in between working on things and take breaks and have some reading. So we've been live for about 30 minutes now, and I think I'll do a few more checks to making sure that we don't have anything missing from our scene, and then we'll go ahead and start reading. How's the music level for you? I'll probably turn it down just a little bit when we do start to read though. I also need to find just like a rain background sound. Oh, okay. I felt like I was peeking a little bit. Oh, sorry. I do need to figure out what we're going to be reading today. Let's have a look-see. A look-see. We did try to read Edgar Allan Poe, and I don't know if I disliked the audio. I think the background music was really, really oh no, you're a white kitty. How cute. I feel like the background music was a little distracting, so we're just gonna go with our loopables because they're just a lot better for reading. But I do need to oh, actually, let me see if I can. What is the site that I go to for sounds audio stock? Hold on. I almost feel like it's 1 to 2. I think it's 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. So, like, when I read, the music will probably be about here. But then when we're just chatting, I think having it like maybe here. Oh, where it currently is too quiet. Oh, okay. So maybe here for reading? Thank you. Okay, so that's about halfway. It's sitting at like negative 36 dB, and my voice is between negative 12 and negative 18 dB. Decibels. Now that makes sense. I'm sorry. Thank you, though. Even your little kitty's nodding. Like, please wait. So, do you like the kitty cafe? It's so cute. Kawaii, kawaii. I love things like this. And I think the colors go really nicely with our purples as well. It looks so cozy. Oh yeah. So I think we're gonna read I think we're gonna read horror again. I always say horror, but like really like I don't feel like it's scary. I don't know. I really like the Jolly Corner. That was such a good book. And the prose was a nice. And we read the eyes. And the yellow sign. Oh, the color of space. What an interesting. So I think I told you that I've been listening to those podcasts called the Magnus Archive, and they're about, I don't want to spoil it for anyone. They're so good though. But they're basically, I really don't want to spoil it. I feel bad because I kind of went into it blindly as well. But it's so worth listening to. And the group or production studio or Rust I'm not Rusty Quill, they are going to be releasing a book that is a prequel to the events of the Magnus Archive podcast, and it will be dropping in October, 2 days before my birthday. So I'm so excited. It gives me something to look forward to. I ordered the book already. I'm so excited. I guess we can read The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. Sometimes I get caught up on my words, so please forgive me. All right, we'll go ahead and start reading now, and then that'll give us 20 minutes until the top of the hour, and then at the top of the hour, we'll go ahead and take our first break. So please make yourself comfortable. Uh-oh. And I wonder if I need to adjust myself. All right. Oh, where is the sound audio for you? Need to mute that for reading because that's not good. And everything else should be good. Hopefully. The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. West of Arkham, the hills rise wild, and there are valleys with deep woods that no axe has ever cut. There are dark, narrow gleams where the trees slope fantastically, and where thin brooklets trickle without. Well, this is by H.P. Lovecraft. I like how you're taking a poop right now. I also need to mute the Bibo Bobby. I forgot that that's gonna make me stop in the middle of reading. Alright, you have any questions before I start? Sorry. Also like how our Bibo Bobby is dual language. This is a Japanese creator, so sometimes the application will go back and forth between Japanese and English. Proceed! Alright. Let me move my keyboard out of the way so that I can rest my book nicely. You don't see it? Whatever it's saying? Oh. Oh, it's in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. All right. There are dark, narrow gleams where the trees slope fantastically, and where thin brooklets trickle without ever having caught the glint of sunlight. On the gentler slopes, there are farms, ancient and rocky, with squat, moss-coated cottages brooding eternally over old New England secrets in the lee of great ledges. But these are all vacant now, the wide chimneys crumbling, and the shingled sides bulging perilously beneath the low bramble roofs. The old folk have gone away, and foreigners do not like to live there. French Canadians have tried it, Italians have tried it, and the Poles have come and departed. It is not because of anything that can be seen or heard or handled, but because of something that is imagined. That's okay. The place is not good for the imagination and does not bring restful dreams at night. It must be this which keeps the foreigners away, for old Ami Pierce has never told them of anything he recalls from the strange days. Ami, who had been a little queer for years, is the only one who still remains. or whoever talks of the strange days. And he dares to do this because his house is so near the open fields and the traveled road around Arkham. There was once a road over the hills and through the valleys that ran straight where the blasted hearth is now. But people ceased to use it, and a new road was laid, curving far toward the south. Traces of the old one can still be found amidst the weeds of a returning wilderness, and some of them will doubtless linger even when half the hollows are flooded for the new reservoir. Then the dark woods will be cut down, and the blasted heath will slumber far below blue waters, whose surface will mirror the sky and ripple in the sun. At the secrets of the strange days will be one with the deep secrets, one with the hidden lore of old ocean and all the mystery of primal earth. When I went into the hills and vales to survey for the new reservoir, they told me the place was evil. They told me this is Arkham, and because this is a very old town, full of witch legends, I thought the evil must be something which grandmas had whispered to children through centuries. The name, Blasted Heath, seemed to me very odd and theatrical, and I wondered how it had come into the folklore of the Puritan people. Then I saw that dark westward tangle of glades and slopes for myself, and ceased to wonder at anything besides its own elder mystery. It was morning when I saw it, but shadow lurked always there. The trees grew too thickly, and their trunks were too big for any healthy New England wood. There was too much silence in the dim alleys between them, and the floor was too soft with the dank moss and mattings of infinite years of decay. In the open spaces, mostly along the line of the old road, there were little hillside farms, sometimes with all the buildings standing, sometimes with only one or two, and sometimes with only a lone chimney of fast-filling cellar. Weeds and briars reigned, and furtive wild things rustled in the undergrowth. Upon everything was a haze of restlessness and oppression, a touch of the unreal and the grotesque, as if some vital element of perspective or chiaroscuro were awry. I did not wonder that the foreigners would not stay, for this was no region to sleep in. It was too much like the landscape of Salvator Rosa, too much like some forbidden woodcut in a tale of terror. But even all this was not so bad as the blasted heath. I knew it the moment I came upon it at the bottom of a spacious valley, for no other name could fit such a thing, or any other thing fit such a name. It was as if the poet had coined the phrase from having seen this one particular region. It must, I thought as I viewed it, be the outcome of a fire. But why had nothing new ever grown over those 5 acres of gray desolation, that sprawled open to the sky, like a great spot eaten by acid in the woods and fields. It lay largely to the north of the ancient road line, but encroached a little on the other side. I felt an odd reluctance about approaching, and did so at least only because my business took me through and past it. There was no vegetation of any kind on that broad expanse. Oh, sorry. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Sorry. It was as if the poet had coined the phrase from having seen this one particular region. It must, I thought as I viewed it, be the outcome of a fire. But why had nothing new ever grown over those 5 acres of gray desolation that sprawled open to the sky like a great spot eaten by acid in the woods and fields? It lay largely to the north of the ancient road line, but encroached a little on the other side. I felt an odd reluctance about approaching, but did so at last only because my business took me through and past it. There was no vegetation of any kind on the broad expanse, but only a fine gray dust or ash which no wind seemed ever to blow about. The trees near it were sickly and stunted, and many dead trunks stood or lay rotting at the rim. As I walked hurriedly by, I saw the tumbled bricks and stones of an old chimney and cellar on my right, and the yawning black maw of an abandoned well, whose stagnant vapors played strange tricks with the hues of the sunlight. Even the long, dark woodland climb beyond seemed welcome in contrast, and I marveled no more at the frightened whisper of Arkham people. There had been no house or ruin near. Even in the old days, the place must have been lonely and remote. And at twilight, dreading to repass that ominous spot, I walked circuitously back to the town by the curving road on the south. I vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity about the deep skyey voids above had crept into my soul. In the evening, I asked old people in Arkham about the blasted heath and what was meant by the phrase, "strange days," which so many evasively muttered. I could not, however, get any good answers, except that all the mystery was much more recent than I had dreamed. It was not a matter of old legendary at all, but something within the lifetime of those who spoke. It had happened in the 80s, and a family had disappeared or was killed. Speakers would not be exact, and because they all told me to pay no attention to old Ammi Pierce's crazy tales, I sought him out the next morning, having heard that he lived alone in the ancient tottering cottage where the trees first begin to get very thick. It was a fearsomely archaic place, and had begun to exude the faint miasmal odor which clung about the houses that had stood too long. Only with persistent knocking could I rouse the aged man, and when he shuffled timidly to the door, I could tell he was not glad to see me. He was not so feeble as I expected, but his eyes dropped in a curious way, and his unkempt clothing and white beard made him seem very worn and dismal. Not knowing just how he could best, he launched on his tales. I feigned a matter of business, told him of my surveying, and asked vague questions about the district. He was far brighter and more educated than I had been led to think, and before I knew it, had grasped quite as much of the subject as any man I'd talked with in Arkham. He was not like the other rustics I had known in the sections where reservoirs were to be. From him, there was no protest at the miles of old wood and farmland to be blotted out, though perhaps there would have been had not his home lain outside the bounds of the future lake. Relief was all that he shewed, relief at the doom of the dark ancient valleys through which he had roamed all his life. They were better under water now, better under water since the strange days. And with this opening, his husky voice sank low, while his body leaned forward, and his right forefinger began to point shakingly and impressively. It was then that I heard the story, and as the rambling voice scraped and whispered on, I shivered again and again despite the summer day. Often, I had to recall the speaker from ramblings, piece out scientific points which he knew only by a fading parrot memory of professors' talk, or bridge over gaps where his sense of logic and continuity broke down. When he was done, I did not wonder that his mind had snapped a trifle, or that the folk of Arkham would not speak much of the blasted heath. I hurried back before sunset to my hotel, unwilling to have the stars come out above me in the open, and the next day returned to Boston to give up my position. I could not go into that dim chaos of old forest and slope again, or face another time that gray blasted heath where the black well yawned deep beside the tumbled bricks and stones. The reservoir will soon be built now, and all those elder secrets will be safe forever under watery fathoms. But even then, I did not believe I would like to visit that country by night, at least not when the sinister stars are out, and nothing could bribe me to drink the new city water of Arkham. It all began, old Amini said, with the meteorite. Before that time, there had been no wild legends at all since the witch trials, and even then these western woods were not feared half so much as a small island in the Miskatonic, where the devil held court beside a curious stone altar older than the Indians. These were not haunted woods, and their fantastic dusk was never terrible till the strange days. Then there had come that white noontide cloud, that straying of explosions in the air, and that pillar of smoke from the valley far in the wood. And by night, all Arkham had heard of the great rock that fell out of the sky and bedded itself in the ground beside that well at the Nahum Gardner place. That was the house which had stood where the blasted heath was to come, the trim white Nahum Gardner house amidst its fertile gardens and organs. And there's our hour reminder. So we'll take a short break and then we'll come back. Thank you. I was muted the whole time. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yep. Welcome back. I wonder how long I was muted for. I'm so sorry. This cough is real. It is. I have like 2 muting locations. I forget. Alright. That's okay. The music at least is cozy. Alright. I have to go back and remember where I was, man. Hmm. I guess we'll start here. Nahum had come to town to tell people about the stone and had dropped in at Ami Pierce's on the way. Ami was 40 then, and all the queer things were fixed very strongly in his mind. He and his wife had gone with the 3 professors from Miskatonic University, who hastened out the next morning to see the weird visitor from unknown stellar space, and had wondered why Nahum had called it so large the day before. It had shrunk, Nahum said as he pointed out the big brownish mound above the rippled earth and charred grass near the archaic well swept in his front yard. Well sweep in his front yard. But the wise men answered that stones do not shrink. Its heat lingered persistently, and Nahum declared it had glowed faintly in the night. The professors tried it with a geologist hammer and found it was oddly soft. It was, in truth, so soft to almost be plastic, and they gouged rather than chipped a specimen to take back to the college for testing. They took it in an old pail borrowed from Nahum's kitchen, for even the small piece refused to grow cool. On the trip back, they stopped at Ami's to rest, and seemed thoughtful when Mrs. Pierce remarked that the fragment was growing smaller and burning the bottom of the pail. Truly, it was not large, but perhaps they had taken less than they had thought. The day after that, all this was in June of '82, the professors had trooped out again in a great excitement. As they passed Ami's, they told him what queer things the specimen had done, and how it had faded wholly away when they put it in a glass beaker. The beaker had gone too, and the wise men talked of the strange stone's affinity for silicone. It had acted quite unbelievably in that well-ordered laboratory, doing nothing at all and spewing no occluded gases when heated on charcoal, being wholly negative in the borax bead, and soon proving itself absolutely non-volatile at any producible temperature, including that of the ox-hydrogen blowpipe. On an anvil it appeared highly malleable, and in the dark its luminosity was very marked. Stubbornly refusing to grow cool, it soon had the college in a state of real excitement, and when upon heating before the spectroscope, it displayed shining bands unlike any known colors of the normal spectrum. There was much breathless talk of new elements, bizarre optical properties, and other things which puzzled men of science are wont to say when faced by the unknown. Hot as it was, thank you. Hot as it was, they tested it in a crucible with all the proper reagents. Water did nothing. Hydrochloric acid was the same. Nitric acid and even aqua regia merely hissed and spattered against its torrid invulnerability. Ami had difficulty in recalling all these things, but recognized some solvents as I mentioned them in the usual order of use. There were ammonia and caustic soda, alcohol and ether, nauseous carbon disulfide, and a dozen others. But although the weight grew steadily less as time passed, and the fragments seemed to be slightly cooling, there was no change in the solvents to shew that they had attacked the substance at all. It was a metal, though beyond a doubt it was magnetic for one thing, and after its immersion in the acid solvents, there seemed to be faint traces of the Wittgenstein figures found on meteoric iron. When the cooling had grown very considerable, the testing was carried on in glass, and it was in a glass beaker that they left all the chips made of the original fragment during the work. The next morning, both chips and beaker were gone without a trace, and only a charred spot marked the place on the wooden shelf where they had been. All this the professor told Ami as they paused at his door, and once more he went with them to see the stony messenger from the stars, though this time his wife did not accompany him. It had now most certainly shrunk, and even the sober professors could not doubt the truth of what they saw. All around the dwindling brown lump near the well was a vacant space where the earth had caved in, and whereas it had a good 7 feet across the day before, it was now scarcely 5. It was still hot, and sages studied its surface curiously as they detached another and larger piece with the hammer and chisel. They gouged deeply this time, and as they pried away the smaller mass, they saw that the core of the thing was not quite homogeneous. They had uncovered what seemed to be the side of a large colored globule embedded in the substance. The color, which resembled some of the bands in the meteor's strange spectrum, was almost impossible to describe, and it was only by an analogy that they called it color at all. Its texture was glossy, and upon tapping it appeared to promise both brittleness and hollowness. One of the professors gave it a smart blow with the hammer, and it burst with a nervous little pop. Nothing was emitted, and all trace of the thing vanished with the puncturing. It left behind a hollow spherical space about 3 inches across, and all thought it probable that others would be discovered as the enclosing substance wasted away. Conjecture was vain, so after a futile attempt to find additional globules by drilling, the seekers left again with their new specimen, which proved, however, as baffling in the laboratory as its predecessor had been. Aside from being almost plastic, having heat, magnetism, and slight luminosity, cooling slightly in powerful acids, possessing an unknown spectrum, wasting away in air, and attacking silicone compounds with mutual destruction as a result, it presented no identifying features whatsoever. And at the end of the test, the college scientists were forced to own that they could not place it. It was nothing of this earth, but a piece of the great outside, and as such, dowered with outside properties and obedient to outside laws. That night, there was a thunderstorm, and when the professors went out to Nahum's the next day, they met with a bitter disappointment. The stone, magnetic as it had been, must have been some peculiar electrical property, for it had drawn the lightning, as Nahum said, with a singular persistence. 6 times within an hour, the farmer saw the lightning strike the furrow in the front yard, and when the storm was over, nothing remained but a ragged pit by the ancient well sweep, half choked with carved-in earth. Digging had borne no fruit, and the scientists verified the fact of the utter vanishment. The failure was total, so that nothing was left to do but go back to the laboratory and test again the disappearing fragment left carefully cased in lead. The fragment lasted a week, at the end of which nothing of value had been learned of it. When it was gone, no residue was left behind, and in time the professors felt scarcely sure they had indeed seen with waking eyes that cryptic vestige of the fathomless gulfs outside, that lone weird message from other universes and other realms of matter, force, and entity. As was natural, the Arkham paper made much of the incident with its collegiate sponsoring, and sent reporters to talk with Nahum Gardner and his family. At least one Boston daily also sent a scribe, and Nahum quickly became a kind of local celebrity. He was a lean, genial person about 50, living with his wife and 3 sons on the pleasant farmstead in the valley. He and Ami exchanged visits frequently, as did their wives, and Ami had nothing but praise for him after all these years. He seemed slightly proud of the notice his place had attracted, and talked often of the meteorite in the succeeding weeks. That July and August were hot, and Nahum worked hard at his haying in the 10-acre pasture across Chapman's Brook, his rattling wain wearing deep ruts in the shadowy lanes between. The labor tired him more than it had in other years, and he felt that age was beginning to tell on him. Oh. Then fell the time of fruit and harvest. The pears and apples slowly ripened, and Nahum vowed that his orchids were prospering as never before. The fruit was growing to a phenomenal size, an unwonted gloss, and in such abundance that extra barrels were ordered to handle the future crop. But with the ripening came sore disappointment, for of all that glorious array of specious lusciousness, not one single jot was fit to eat. Into the fine flavor of the pears and apples had crept a stealthy bitterness and sickishness, so that even the smallest of bites induced a lasting disgust. It was the same with the melons and tomatoes, and Nahum sadly saw that his entire crop was lost. Quick to connect events, he declared that the meteorite had poisoned his soil, and thanked heaven that most of the other crops were in the upland lot along the road. Winter came early, and was very cold. Ami saw Nahum less often than usual, and observed that he had begun to look worried. The rest of his family, too, seemed to have grown taciturn, and were far from steady in their church-going, or their attendance at various social events of the countryside. For this reserve or melancholy no cause could be found, though all the household confessed now and then to poorer health and a feeling of vague disquiet. Nahum himself gave the most definite statement of anyone when he said he was disturbed about certain footprints in the snow. They were the usual winter prints of red squirrels, white rabbits, and foxes, but the brooding farmer professed to see something not quite right about their nature and arrangement. He was never specific, but appeared to think that they were not as characteristics of the anatomy and habits of squirrels and rabbits and foxes as they ought to be. Ami listened without interest to this talk until one night when he drove past Nahum's house in his sleigh on the way back from Clark's Corners. There had been a moon, and a rabbit had run across the road, and the leaps of that rabbit were longer than either Ami or his horse liked. The latter, indeed, had almost run away when brought up by a firm rein. Thereafter, Ami gave Nahum's tail more respect, and wondered why the gardener dogs seemed to cow and quiver every morning. They had, it developed, nearly lost the spirit to bark. In February, the McGregor boys from Meadow Hill were out shooting woodchucks, and not far from the Gardner place, bagged a very particular specimen. The proportions of its body seemed slightly altered in a queer way impossible to describe, while its face had taken on an expression which no one ever saw in a woodchuck before. The boys were genuinely frightened, and threw the thing away at once, so that only their grotesque tales of it ever reached the people of the countryside. But the shying away of the horses near Nahum's house had now become an acknowledging thing, and all the basis for a cycle of whispered legend was fast taking form. People vowed that the snow melted faster around Nahum's than it did anywhere else, and early in March, there was an odd discussion in Potter's General Store at Clark's Corners. Stephen Rice had driven past Gardner's in the morning and had noticed the skunk cabbages coming up through the mud by the woods across the road. Never were things of such size seen before, and they held strange colors that could not be put into any words. Their shapes were monstrous, and the horse had snorted at an odor which struck Stephen as wholly unprecedented. That afternoon, several persons drove past to see the abnormal growth, and all agreed that plants of this kind ought never to sprout in a healthy world. The bad fruit of the fall before was freely mentioned, and it went from mouth to mouth that there was poison in Nahum's ground. Of course it was the meteorite, and remembering how strange the men from the college had found the stone to be, several farmers spoke about the matters to them. One day they paid Nahum a visit, but having no love of wild tales and folklore, were very conservative in what they inferred. The plants were certainly odd, but all skunk cabbages are more or less odd in shape and odor and hue. Perhaps some mineral element from the stone had entered the soil, but it would soon be washed away. And as for the footprints and frightened horses, of course this was mere country talk, which such a phenomenon as the aureolite would be certain to start. There was really nothing for serious men to do in cases of wild gossip. For superstition rustics will say and believe anything. And so all through the strange days, the professors stayed away in contempt. Only one of them, when given 2 vials of dust from the analysis in a police job over a year and a half later, recalled that the queer color of that skunk cabbage had been very like one of the anomalous bands of light shewn by the meteor fragment in the college spectroscope, and like the brittle globule found embedded in the stone from the abyss. The samples in this analysis case gave the same odd bands at first, though later they lost the property. The trees budded prematurely around Nahum's, and at night they swayed ominously in the wind. Nahum's second son, Thaddeus, a lad of 15, swore that they swayed almost when there was no wind, and even the gossips would not credit this. Certainly, however, restlessness was in the air. The entire Gardner family developed the habit of stealthily listening, though not for any sound which they could consciously name. The listening was, indeed, rather a product of moments when consciousness seemed half to slip away. Unfortunately, such moments increased week by week, till it became common speech that something was wrong with all the Nahum's folks. When the early saxifrage came out, it had another strange color, not quite like that of the skunk cabbage, but plainly related and equally unknown to anyone who saw it. Nahum took some blossoms to Arkham and shewed them to the editor of the Gazette. But that dignitary did no more than write. And we have about 20 minutes until our next little break. But that dignitary did no more than write a humorous article about them, in which the dark fears of rustics were held up to polite ridicule. It was a mistake of Nahum's to tell a stolid city man about the way the great overgrown morning cloak butterflies behaved in connection with these saxifrages. April brought a kind of madness to the country folk, and began that disuse of the road past Nahum's which led to its ultimate abandonment. It was the vegetation. All the orchid trees blossomed forth in strange colors, and through the stony soil of the yard and adjacent pasturage there sprang up a bizarre growth which only a botanist could connect with the proper flora of the region. No sane, wholesome color were anywhere to be seen except in the green grass and leafage, but everywhere those hectic and prismatic variants of some diseased underlying primary tone, without a place among the known tints of earth. The Dutchman's breeches became a thing of sinister menace, and the bloodroots grew insolent in their chromatic perversion. Ami and the gardeners thought the most of the color had a sort of haunting familiarity, and decided that they reminded one of the brittle globule in the meteor. Nahum plowed and sowed the 10-acre pasture and the upland lot, but did nothing with the land around the house. He knew it would be of no use, and hoped that the summer's strange growths would draw all the poison from the soil. He was prepared for almost anything now, and had grown used to the sense of something near him wanting to be heard, or waiting to be heard. The shunning of his house by neighbors told on him, of course, but it told on his wife more. The boys were better off, being at school each day, but they could not help being frightened by the gossip. Thaddeus, an especially sensitive youth, suffered the most. In May, the insects came, and Nahum's place became a nightmare of buzzing and crawling. Most of the creatures seemed not quite usual in their aspect and motions, and their nocturnal habits contradicted all former experience. The gardeners took to watching at night, waiting in all directions at random for something, or watching in all directions at random for something. They could not tell what. It was then that they all owned that Thaddeus had been right about the trees. Mrs. Gardner was the next to see it from the window as she watched the swollen boughs of a maple against a moonlit sky. The boughs surely moved, and there was no wind. It must be the sap. Strangeness had come into everything growing now. Yet it was none of Nahum's family at all who made the next discovery. Familiarity had dulled them, and what they could not see was glimpsed by a timid windmill salesman from Bolton, who drove by one night in ignorance of the country legends. What he told in Arkham was given a short paragraph in the Gazette, and it was there that all the farmers, Nahum included, saw it first. The night had been dark, and the buggy lamps faint, but around a farm in the valley, which everyone knew from the account must be Nahum's, the darkness had been less thick. A dim, though distinct luminosity seemed to inhere in all the vegetation, grass, leaves, and blossoms alike, while at one moment a detached piece of the phosphorousness appeared to stir furtively in the yard near the barn. Phosphorescence. The grass had so far seemed untouched, and the cows were freely pastured in the lot near the house. But toward the end of May, the milk began to be bad. Then Nahum had the cows driven to the uplands, after which the trouble ceased. Not long after this, the change in grass and leaves became apparent to the eye. All the verdure was going only, where am I? All the verdure was going gray and developing a highly singular quality of bitterness. Ami was now the only person who ever visited the place, and his visits were becoming fewer and fewer. When school closed, the gardeners were virtually cut off from the world, and sometimes let Ami do their errands in town. They were failing curiously both physically and mentally, and no one was surprised when the news of Mrs. Gardner's madness stole around. It happened in June, about the anniversary of the meteor's fall, and the poor woman screamed about things in the air which she could not describe. In her raving, there was a single specific noun, but only verbs and pronouns. Things moved and changed and fluttered, and ears tingled to impulse, which were not wholly sounds. Something was taken away. She was being drained of something, and something was fastening itself on her that she ought not to be, or onto her that ought not to be, and someone must make it keep off. Nothing was ever still in the night. The walls and windows shifted. Nahum did not send her to the country asylum, but let her wander around the house as long as she was harmless to herself and others. Even when her expression changed, he did nothing. But when the boys grew afraid of her, and Thaddeus nearly fainted at the way she made faces at him, he decided to keep her locked in the attic. By July, she had ceased to speak and crawled on all fours, and before that month was over, Nahum got the mad notion that she was slightly luminous in the dark, as he now clearly saw was the case with the nearby vegetation. It was a little before this that the horses had stampeded. Something had aroused them in the night, and their neighing and kicking in their stalls had been terrible. There seemed virtually nothing to do to calm them, and when Nahum opened the stable door, they all bolted out like frightened woodland deer. It took a week to track all four, and when found, they were seen to be quite useless and unmanageable. Something had snapped in their brains, and each one had to be shot for its own good. Nahum borrowed a horse from Ami for his haying, but found it would not approach the barn. It shied, balked, and whined, and in the end he could do nothing but drive it into the yard, while the men used their own strength to get the heavy wagon near enough the hayloft for convenient pitching. And all the while the vegetation was turning gray and brittle. Even the flowers, whose hue had been so strange, were graying now, and the fruit was coming out gray and dwarfed and tasteless. The asters and goldenrod bloomed gray and distorted, and the roses and zinnias and hollyhocks in the front yard were such blasphemous-looking things that Nahum's oldest boy, Zanus, cut them down. The strangely puffed insects died about that time, even the bees that had left their hives and taken to the woods. By September, all the vegetation was fast crumbling to a grayish powder, and Nahum feared that the trees would die before the poison was out of the soil. His wife now had spells of terrific screaming, and he and the boys were in a constant state of nervous tension. They shunned people now, and when school opened, the boys did not go. But it was Ami, on one of his rare visits, who first realized that the well water was no longer good. It had an evil taste that was not exactly fortid, nor exactly salty, and Ami advised his friend to dig another well on higher ground to use till the soil was good again. Nahum, however, ignored the warning, for he had by that time become callous to strange and unpleasant things. He and the boys continued to use the tainted supply, drinking it as listlessly and mechanically as they ate their meager and ill-cooked meals and did their thankless and monotonous chores through the aimless days. There was something of stolid resignation about all of them, as if they had walked half in another world between lines of nameless guards to a certain and familiar doom. Thaddeus went mad in September after a visit to the well. He had gone with a pail and had come back empty-handed, shrieking and waving his arms, and sometimes lapsing into an inane titter or a whisper about the moving colors down there. 2 in one family were pretty bad, but Nahum was very brave about it. He let the boy run about for a week until he began stumbling and hurting himself, and then he shut him in an attic room across the hall from his mother's. The way they screamed at each other from behind their locked doors was very terrible, especially to little Merwin, who fancied they talked in some terrible language that was not of earth. Merwin was getting frightfully imaginative, and his restlessness was worse after the shutting away of the brother who had been his greatest playmate. Almost at the same time, the morality among the livestock commenced. Poultry turned grayish and died very quickly, their meat being found dry and noisome upon cutting. Hogs grew inordinately fat, then suddenly began to undergo loathsome changes which no one could explain. Their meat was of course useless, and Nahum was at his wit's end. No rural veterinary would approach his place, and the city veterinary from Arkham was openly baffled. The swine began growing gray and brittle, and falling to pieces before they died, and their eyes and muzzles developed singular alterations. It was very inexplicable, for they had never been fed from the tainted vegetation. Then something struck the cows. Certain areas, or sometimes the whole body, would be uncannily shriveled or compressed, and atrocious collapses or disintegrations were common. In the last stages, and death was always the result, there would be a graying and turning brittle like that which beset the hogs. There could be no question of poison, for all the cases occurred in a locked and undisturbed barn. No bites of prowling things could have brought the virus, for what live beasts on earth can pass through solid obstacles? It must be only natural disease. Yet, what disease could wreak such results was beyond any mind's guessing. When the harvest came, there was not an animal surviving on the place, for the stock and poultry were dead, and the dogs had run away. These dogs, 3 in number, had all vanished one night, and were never heard of again. The 5 cats had left some time before, but their going was scarcely noticed, since there now seemed to be no mice, and only Mrs. Gardner had made pets of the graceful felines. On the 19th of October, Nahum staggered into Ami's house with hideous news. There's our next hour minder. So we'll go ahead and take a short break. I'm just going to leave the scene up here since it's so cute and the music is very nice. But I will be right back. You wake up. All right. Where was I? Thaddeus went. Oh no, I read that already. Okay, here we go. Almost the same time, the morality among the livestock. Oh wait, no, we read that too. um. Oh, okay, here we go. On the 19th of October, Nahum staggered into Ami's house with hideous news. The death had come to poor Thaddeus in his attic room, and it had come in a way which could not be told. Nahum had dug a grave in the railed family plot behind the farm, and had put therein what he found. There could have been nothing from outside, for the small barred room and locked door were intact, but it was much as it had been in the barn. Ami and his wife consoled the stricken man as best they could, but shuddered as they did so. Stark terror seemed to cling around the gardeners and all they touched, and the very presence of one in the house was a breath from regions unnamed and unnameable. Ami accompanied Nahum home with the greatest reluctance, and did what he might to calm the hysterical sobbing of little Merwin. Zenas needed no calming. He had come of late to do nothing but stare into space and obey what his father told him, and Ami thought that his fate was very merciful. Now and then, Merwin's screams were answered faintly from the attic, and in response to an inquiring look, Nahum said that his wife was getting very feeble. When night approached, Ami managed to get away, for not even his friendship could make him stay. Oh. In that spot, when the faint glow of the vegetation began, and trees may or may not have swayed without wind. It was really lucky for Ami that he had not more imagination. He was not more imaginative. Even as things were, his mind was bent so ever slightly, and had he been able to connect and reflect upon all the portents around him, he must inevitably have turned a total maniac. In the twilight he hastened home, the screams of the mad woman and the nervous child ringing horribly in his ears. 3 days later, Nahum lurched into Ami's kitchen in the early morning, and in the absence of his host stammered out a desperate tale once more, while Mrs. Pierce listened in a clutching fright. It was little Merwin this time. He was gone. He had gone out late at night with a lantern and pail for water, and had never come back. He had been going to pieces for days, and hardly knew what he was about. Screamed at everything. There had been a frantic shriek from the yard then, but before the father could get to the door, the boy was gone. There was no glow from the lantern he had taken, and of the child himself no trace. At the time, Nahum thought the lantern and pail were gone too, but when dawn came, the old man had plodded back from his all-night search of the woods and fields. He had found some very curious things near the well. There was a crushed and apparently somewhat melted mass of iron, which had certainly been the lantern, while a bent bale and twisted iron hoops beside it, both half fused, seemed to hint at the remnants of the pail. That was all. Nahum was past imagining. Mrs. Pierce was blank, and Ami, when he had reached home and heard the tale, could give no guess. Merwin was gone, and there would be no use in telling the people around, who shunned all the gardeners now. No use either in telling the city people at Arkham, who laughed at everything. Thad was gone, and now Murney was gone. Something was creeping and waiting to be seen and felt and heard. Nahum would go soon, and he wanted Ami to look after his wife and Zenas if they survived him. It must all be a judgment of some sort, though he could not fancy what for, since he had always walked uprightly in the Lord's way so far as he knew. For over 2 weeks, Ami saw nothing of Nahum. And then, worried about what might have happened, he overcame his fears and paid the gardener place a visit. There was no smoke from the great chimney, and for a moment the visitor was apprehensive of the worst. The aspect of the whole farm was shocking. Grayish withered grass and leaves on the ground, vines falling in brittle wreckage from archaic walls and gables, and great bare trees clawing up at the gray November sky with a studied malevolence which Ami could not but feel had come from some subtle change in the tilt of the branches. But Nahum was alive, after all. He was weak, and lying on a couch in the low-ceiled kitchen, but perfectly conscious and able to give simple orders to Zenas. The room was deadly cold, and as Ami visibly shivered, the host shouted huskily to Zenas for more wood. Wood, indeed, was sorely needed, since the cavernous fireplace was unlit and empty, with a cloud of soot blowing about in the chill wind that came down the chimney. Presently, Nahum asked him if the extra wood had made him any more comfortable, and then Ami saw what had happened. The stoutest cord had broken at last, and the hapless farmer's mind was proof against more sorrow. Questioning tactfully, Ami could get no clear data at all about the missing Zenas. "In the well. He lives in the well," was all that the clouded father could say. Then there flashed across the visitor's mind a sudden thought of the mad wife, and he changed his line of inquiry. "Nabby, why, here she is," was the surprised response of poor Nahum, and Ami soon saw that he must search for himself. Leaving the harmless babbler on the couch, he took the keys from their nail behind the door and climbed the creaking stairs to the attic. It was very close and noisome up there, and no sound could be heard from any direction. Of the 4 doors in sight, only one was locked, and on this he tried various keys on the ring he had taken. The 3rd key had proved the right one, and after some fumbling, Ami threw open the low white door. It was quite dark inside, from the window was small and half obscured by crude wooden bars, and Ami could see nothing at all on the wide planked floor. The stench was beyond enduring, and before proceeding further, he had to retreat to another room and return with his lungs filled with breathable air. When he did enter, he saw something dark in the corner, and upon seeing it more clearly, he screamed outright. While he screamed, he thought a momentary cloud eclipsed the window, and a second later he felt himself brushed as if by some hateful current of vapor. Strange colors danced before his eyes, and had not a present horror numbed him, he would have thought of the globule in the meteor that the geologist's hammer had shattered, and of the morbid vegetation that had sprouted in the spring. As it was, he thought only of the blasphemous monstrosity which confronted him, and which all too clearly had shared the nameless fate of young Thaddeus and the livestock. But the terrible thing about this horror was that it was slowly and perceptibly moving as it continued to crumble. Ami would give me no added particulars to this scene, but the shapes in the corner does not reappear. Sorry, my hand. But the shapes in the corner does not reappear in his tale as a moving object. There are things which cannot be mentioned, and what is done in common humanity is sometimes cruelly judged by the law. I gathered that no moving thing was left in that attic room, and that to leave anything capable of motion there would have been a deed so monstrous as to damn any accountable being to eternal torment. Anyone but a stolid farmer would not have fainted or gone mad, but Ami walked consciously through that low doorway and locked the accursed secret behind him. There would be Nahum to deal with now. He must be fed and tended, and removed to some place where he could be cared for. Commencing his descent of the dark stairs, Ami heard a thud below him. He even thought a scream had been suddenly choked off, and called nervously the clammy vapor which had brushed by him, in that frightful room above. What presence had his cry and entry started up? Halted by some vague fear, he heard still further sounds below. Indubitably, there was a sort of heavy dragging, and a most detestable sticky noise, as of some fiendish and unclean species of suction, with an associative sense goaded to feverish heights. He thought unaccountably of what he had seen upstairs. Good God, what eldritch dream world was this into which he had blundered? He dared move neither backward nor forward, but stood there trembling at the black curve of the boxed-in staircase. Every trifle of the scene burned itself into his brain. The sounds, the sense of dread expectancy, the darkness, the steepness of the narrow steps, and merciful heaven, the faint but unmistakable luminosity of all the woodwork in sight, steps, sides, exposed laths and beams alike. Then there burst forth the frantic whinny from Ami's horse outside, followed at once by a clatter which told of a frenzied runaway. In another moment, horse and buggy had gone beyond earshot, leaving the frightened man on the dark stairs to guess what had sent them. But that was not all. There had been another sound out there, a sort of liquid splash. Water. It must have been the well. He had left Hero untied near it, and a buggy wheel must have brushed the coping and knocked in a stone. And still the pale phosphorescence glowed in that detestable ancient woodwork. God, how old the house was, most of it built before 1670, and the gable roof not later than 1730. A feeble scratching on the floor downstairs now sounded distinctly, and Ami's grip tightened on a heavy stick he had picked up in the attic for some purpose. Slowly nerving himself, he finished his descent and walked boldly towards the kitchen. But he did not complete the walk, because what he sought was no longer there. It had come to meet him, and it was still alive after a fashion. Whether it had crawled or whether it had been dragged by an external force, Ami could not say, but the death had been at it. Everything had happened in the last half hour, but collapse, graying, and disintegration were already far advanced. There was a terrible brittleness, and dry fragments were scaling off. Ami could not touch it, but looked horrifiedly into the distorted parody that had been a face. What was it, Nahum? What was it? He whispered, and the cleft, bulging lips were just able to crack out a final answer. Nothing. Nothing. The color. It burns. Cold and wet. But it burns. It lived in the well. I seen it. A kind of smoke, just like the flowers last spring. The well shone at night. Thad and Murney and Zenas, everything alive, sucking the life out of everything. In that stone. It must have come in that stone. Poisoned the whole place. Don't know what it wants. That round thing the men from the college dug out of the stone. They smashed it. It was that same color, just the same, like the flowers and plants. Must have been more of them. Seeds, they growed. I seen it the first time this week. Must have got strong on Zenas. He was a big boy, full of life. It beats down your mind and then gets you, burns you up. And the well water, you was right about that. Evil water. Zenas never came back from the well. You can't get away. It draws you. You know something is coming, but ain't no use. I seen it time again since Zenas was took. Where's Nabby, Ami? My head's not good. Didn't know how long since I fed her. It'll get her if we ain't careful. Just a color. Her face is getting to have that color sometimes towards the night, and it burns and sucks. It comes from some place where things ain't as they is here. One of them professors said so. He was right. Look out, Ami. It'll do something more. Suck the life out. But that was all. That which spoke could not speak no more, because it had completely caved in. Ami laid a red checkered tablecloth over what was left and reeled out the back door into the fields. He climbed the slope to the 10-acre pasture and stumbled home by the north road and the woods. He could not pass that well from which his horse had run away. He had looked at it through the window and had seen that no stone was missing from the rim. Then the lurching buggy had not dislodged anything after all. The splash had been something else, something which went into the well. After it had done with poor Nahum. When Ami reached his house, the horse and buggy had arrived before him and thrown his wife into a fit of anxiety. Reassuring her without explanation, he set out at once for Arkham and notified the authorities that the Gardner family was no more. He indulged in no details, but merely told of the deaths of Nahum and Nabby, that of Thaddeus being already known, and mentioned that the cause seemed to be the same strange ailment which had killed the livestock. He also stated that Merwin and Zennis had disappeared. There was considerable questioning at the police station, and in the end, Ami was compelled to take 3 officers to the Gardner farm, together with the coroner, the medical examiner, and the veterinary who had treated the diseased animals. He went much against his will, for the afternoon was advancing, and he feared the fall of night over the accursed place, but it was some comfort to have so many people with him. The 6 men drove out in a Democrat wagon following Ami's buggy and arrived at the pest-ridden farmhouse about 4 o'clock. Used as the officers were to gruesome experiences, not one remained unmoved at what was found in the attic and under the red checkered tablecloth on the floor below. The whole aspect of the farm, with its grayest desolation, was terrible enough. But those 2 crumbling objects were beyond all bounds. No one could look long at them, and even the medical examiner admitted that there was very little to examine. Specimens could be analyzed, of course, so he busied himself in obtaining them. And here it develops that a very puzzling aftermath occurred at the college laboratory, where the 2 phials of dust were finally taken. Under the spectroscope, both samples gave off an unknown spectrum in which many of the baffling bands were precisely like those which the strange meteor had yielded in the previous year. The property of emitting this spectrum vanished in a month, the dust thereafter consisting mainly of alkaline phosphates and carbonates. Excuse me. Ami would not have told the men about the well if he had thought they meant to do anything then and there. It was getting toward sunset, and he was anxious to be away. But he could not help glancing nervously at the stony curb by the great sweep, and when a detective questioned him, he admitted that Nahum had feared something down there, so much so that he had never even thought of searching it for Merwin or Zenas. After that, nothing would do but that they empty and explore the well immediately. So Ami had to wait trembling, while file after file of rank water was hauled up and splashed on the soaking ground outside. The men sniffled in disgust at the liquid, and toward the last held their nose against the fodder they were uncovering. It was not so long a job as they had feared it would be, and since the water was phenomenally low, there was no need to speak too exactly for what they found. Merwin and Zenas were both there, in part, though the vestiges were mainly skeletal. There was also a small deer and a large dog in about the same state, and a number of bones of smaller animals. The ooze and slime at the bottom seemed inexplicably porous and bubbling, and a man who descended on 2 hands with a long pole found that he could sink the wooden shaft to any depth in the mud of the floor without meeting any solid obstruction. Twilight had now fallen, and lanterns were brought from the house. Then, when it was seen that nothing further could be gained from the well, everyone went indoors and conferred in the ancient sitting room, while the intermittent light of a spectral half-moon played wanly on the gray desolation outside. The men were frankly nonplussed by the entire case, and could find no convincing common elements to link the strange vegetable conditions, the unknown disease of livestock and humans, and the unaccountable deaths of Merwin and Zenas in the tainted well. They had heard the common country talk, it is true, but could not believe that anything contrary to natural law had occurred. No doubt the meteor had poisoned the soil, but the illness of persons and animals had eaten nothing grown in that soil was another matter. Was it the well water? Very possibly. It might be a good idea to analyze it. But what peculiar madness could have made both boys jump into the well? Their deeds were so similar, and the fragments shewed that they had both suffered from the gray, brittle death. Why was everything so gray and brittle? It was the coroner, seated near a window overlooking the yard, who first noticed the glow about the well. Night had fully set in, and all the abhorrent ground seemed faintly luminous with more than the fitful moonbeams. But this new glow was something definite and distinct, and appeared to shoot up from the black pit like a softened ray from the searchlight, giving dull reflections in the little ground pools where the water had been emptied. It had a very queer color, and as all the men clustered around the window, Ami gave a violent start, for this strange beam of ghastly miasma was to him of no familiar hue. He had seen that color before, and feared to think what it might mean. He had seen it in the nasty brittle globule in the aureolite 2 summers ago, had seen it in the crazy vegetation of the springtime, and had thought he had seen it for an instant that very morning against the small barred window of that terrible attic room where nameless things had happened. It had flashed there a second, and a clammy and hateful current of vapor had brushed past him, and then poor Nahum had been taken by something of that color. He had said so at the last, and said it was like the globule and the plants. And after that had come the runaway in the yard, and the splash in the well, and now that well was belching forth to the night a pale, insidious beam of the same demonic tint. It does credit to the alertness of Ami's mind that he puzzled even at the tense moment over a point which was essentially scientific. He could not but wonder at his gleaning of the same impression from a vapor glimpsed in the daytime against a window opening on the morning sky, and from a nocturnal exhalation seen as a phosphorescent mist against the black and blasted landscape. It wasn't right. It wasn't nature, or it was against nature. And he thought of those terrible last words of his stricken friend. It come from some place where things ain't as they is here. One of them professors said so. All 3 horses outside, tied to a pair of shriveled saplings by the road, were now neighing and pawing frantically. The wagon driver started for the door to do something, but Ami laid a shaky hand on his shoulder. "Don't go out there," he whispered. "There's more to this nor what we know. Nahim said something lived in the well that sucks your life out. He said it must be some at page, please. He said it must be some at growed from a round ball like one we had all seen in the meteor stone that fell a year ago, June. Sucking and burns, he said, and is just a cloud of color, like that light out there now, that ye can hardly see and can't tell what it is. Nahum thought it feeds on everything, living, and gets stronger all the time. He said he had seen it this last week. It must be something from away off in the sky, like the men from the college last year. Says the meteor stone was. The way it made and the way it works ain't like no way of God's world. It's some welcome into existence. It's something from beyond. So the men paused indecisively as the light from the well grew stronger, and the hitched horses pawed and whined in increasing frenzy. It was truly an awful moment. With terror in that ancient and accursed house itself, 4 monstrous sets of fragments, 2 from the house and 2 from the well, in the woodshed behind, and that shaft of unknown and unholy iridescent from the slimy depths in front. Ami had restrained the driver on impulse, forgetting how uninjured he himself was after the clammy brushing of that colored vapor in the attic room. But perhaps it is just as well that he acted as he did. No one will ever know what was abroad that night, and though the blasphemy from beyond had not so far hurt any human of unweakened mind, there is no telling what it might not have done at that last moment. And with its seemingly increased strength and the special signs of purpose it was soon to display beneath the half-clouded moonlit sky. All at once, one of the detectives at the window gave a short, sharp gasp. The others looked at him, and then quickly followed his own gaze upward to the point at which its idle staring had been suddenly arrested. There was no need for words. What had been disputed in country gossip was disputable no longer, and it is because of the thing which every man of that party agreed in whispering later on the strange days are never talked about in Arkham. It is necessary to premise that there was no wind at the hour of that evening. One did arise not long afterward, but there was absolutely none then. Even the dry tips of the lingering hedge mustard, gray and blighted, and the fringe on the roof of the standing Democrat wagon were unstirred. And yet amid that tense, godless calm, the high bare boughs of all the trees in the yard were moving. They were switching morbidly and spastically, clawing in convulsive and epileptic madness at the moonlit clouds, scratching impotently in the nauseous air as if jerked by some alien and bodiless line of linkage with subterranean horrors writhing and struggling below the black roots. Not a man breathed for several seconds. Then a cloud of dark death passed over the moon, and the silhouette of clutching branches faded out momentarily. At this, there was a general cry, muffled with awe, and husky and almost identical from every throat. For the terror had not faded with the silhouette, and in a fearsome instant of deeper darkness, the watchers saw wriggling at the treetop height, 1,000 tiny points of faint and unhallowed radiance, tipping each bow like the fire of St. Elmo or the flames that came down on the apostle's head at Pentecost. It was a monstrous constellation of unnatural light, like a gutted swarm of corpse-fed fireflies dancing hellish sarabands over an accursed marsh. And its color was that same nameless intrusion which Ami had come to recognize and dread. All the while, the shaft of phosphorescence from the well was getting brighter and brighter, bringing to the minds of the huddled men a sense of doom, an abnormality which far outtraced any image their conscious minds could form. It was no longer shining out, it was pouring out, and as the shapeless stream of unplaceable color left the well, it seemed to flow directly into the sky. The veterinarian shivered and walked to the front door to drop the heavy extra bar across it. Ami shook no less, and had to tug and point for lack of a controllable voice when he wished to draw notice to the growing luminosity of the trees. The neighing and stamping of the horses had become utterly frightful, but not a soul of that group in the old house would have ventured forth for any earthly reward. With the moments, the shining of the trees increased, while their restless branches seemed to strain more and more towards ventrically. The wood of the well-swept was shining now, and presently a policeman dumbly pointed to some wooden sheds and beehives near the stone wall on the west. They were commencing to shine, too, though the tethered vehicles of the visitors seemed so far unaffected. Then there was a wild commotion and clomping in the road, and as Ami quenched the lamp for better seeing, they realized that the span of frantic grays had broke their sapling and run off with the Democrat wagon. The shook served to loosen several tongues, and embarrassed whispers were exchanged. "It's spread on everything organic that's been around here," muttered the medical examiner. No one replied, but the man who had been in the well gave a hint that his long pole must have stirred up something intangible. "It was awful," he added. "There was no bottom at all, just ooze and bubbles, and the feeling of something lurking under there." Ami's horse still pawed and screamed deafeningly in the road outside, and nearly drowned its owner's faint quiver as he mumbled his formless reflections. "It come from that stone. It growed down there. It got everything living. It fed itself on 'em, mind and body. Thad and Murney, Zinnis and Nabby. Nahum was the last. They all drank the water. It got strong on 'em. It come from beyond, where things ain't like they be here. Now it's going home." At this point, as the column of unknown color flared suddenly stronger and began to weave itself into fantastic suggestions of shape, which each spectator later described differently, there came from the poor tethered hero such a sound as no man before or since ever heard from a horse. Every person in that low-pitched seating room stopped his ears, and Ami turned away from the window in horror and nausea. Words cannot convey it. When Ami looked out again, the hapless beast lay hurtled inert on the moonlight ground between the splintered shaft of the buggy. That was the last of Hero till they buried him next day. But the present was no time to mourn, for almost at that instant a detective silently called attention to something terrible in the very room within. In the absence of the lamplight, it was clear that a faint phosphorescence had begun to pervade the entire apartment. It glowed on the broad planked floor and the fragment of rag carpet, and shimmered over the sashes of the small paned windows. It ran up and down the exposed corner post, coruscated about the shelf and mantel, and infected the very doors and furniture. Each minute saw it strengthen, and at last it was very plain that healthy living things must leave that house. Ami shewed them the back door and the path up through the fields of the 10-acre pasture. They walked and stumbled as in a dream, and did not dare look back till they were far away on the high ground. They were glad of the path, for they could not have gone for the front way by the well. It was bad enough passing the glowing barn and sheds, and those shining orchid trees were the gnarled, fiendish contours. But thank heaven the branches did their worst twisting high up. The moon went under some very black clouds as they crossed the rustic bridge over Chapman's Brook, and it was blind groping from there to the open meadows. When they looked back toward the valley and the distant Gardner place at the bottom, they saw a fearsome sight. All the farm was shining with the hideous unknown blend of color. Trees, buildings, and even such grass and herbage as had not been wholly changed to lethal gray brittleness. The boughs were all straining skyward, tipped with tongues of foul flame, and lambent tricklings of the same monstrous fire were creeping about the ridgepoles of the house, barn, and sheds. It was a scene from a vision of Fuseli, and over all the rest resigned that riot of luminous amorphousness, that alien and undimensioned rainbow of cryptic poison from the well, seething, feeling, lapping, reaching, scantling, straining, and maligning bubbling in its cosmic and unrecognizable chromatism. Then, without warning, the hideous thing shot vertically up towards the sky like a rocket or meteor, leaving behind no trail and disappearing through a round and curiously regular hole in the clouds before any man could gasp or cry out. No watcher can ever forget that sight, and Ami stared blankly at the stars of Cygnus Deneb, twinkling above the others, where the unknown color had melted into the Milky Way. But his gaze was the next moment called swiftly to earth by the crackling in the valley. It was just that, only a wooden ripping and crackling, and not an explosion, as so many others of the party vowed. Yet the outcome was the same, for in one feverish kaleidoscope instant, there burst up from that doomed and accursed farm a gleamingly eruptive cataclysm of unnatural spark and substance, blurring the glance of the few who saw it, and sending forth to the zenith a bombarding cloudburst of such colored and fantastic fragments of our universe must need disown. Though quickly reclosing vapors, they followed the great morbidity that had vanished, and in another second they had vanished too. Behind and below was only a darkness to which the men dared not return, and all about was a mounting wind, which seemed to sweep down in black, four gusts from interstellar space. It shriveled and howled, and lashed the fields, and distorted woods in a mad cosmic frenzy, till some of the trembling party realized it would be no use waiting for the moon to show what was left down there at Nahum's. Too odd even to hint theories, the 7 shaking men trudged back towards Arkham by the North Road. Ami was worse than his fellows, and begged them to see him inside his own kitchen, instead of keeping straight on to town. He did not wish to cross the nighted, wind-whipped woods alone to his home on the main road, for he had had an added shock that the others were spared, and was crushed forever with the brooding fear he dared not even mention for many years to come. As the rest of the watchers on that tempestuous hill had solidly set their faces toward the road, Ami had looked back an instant at the shadowed valley of desolation so lately sheltering his ill-starred friend. And from that stricken, faraway spot, he had seen something feebly rise, only to sink down again upon the place from which the great shapeless horror had shot into the sky. It was just a color, but not any color of our earth or heavens. And because Ami recognized that color, he knew that this last faint remnant must still lurk down there in the well. He has never been quite right since. Ami would never go near that place again. It is over half a century now since the horror happened, and he has never been there, and will be glad when the new reservoir blots it out. I shall be glad too, for I do not like the way the sunlight changed color around the mouth of that abandoned well I passed. I hope the water will always be very deep, and even so, I shall never drink it. I do not think I shall visit the Arkham country hereafter. 3 of the men who had been with Ami returned the next morning to see the ruins by daylight, but there were not any real ruins, only the bricks of the chimney, the stones of the cellar, some mineral and metallic litter here and there, and the rim of that nefarious well. Save for Ami's dead horse, which they towed away and buried, and the buggy which they shortly returned to him, everything that had ever been living had gone. 5 eldritch acres of dusty gray desert remained, nor has anything ever grown there since. To this day, it sprawls open to the sky like a great spot eaten by acid in the woods and fields, and a few who have ever dared glimpse it, in spite of the rural tales, have named it the Blasted Heath. The rural tales are queer. They might be even more queerer, and city men and college chemists could be interested enough to analyze the water from the disused well, or the gray dust that no wind seems ever to disperse. Botanists, too, ought to study the stunned flora on the border of that spot, For they might shed light on the country notion that the blight is spreading, little by little, perhaps an inch a year. People say the color of the neighboring herbage is not quite right in the spring. Oh, sorry. And that wild things leave queer prints in the light winter snow. Snow never seems quite so heavy on the blasted heath as it is elsewhere. Horses, the few that are left in that motor age, grow skittish in the silent valley, and hunters cannot depend on their dogs too near to the splotched of grayish dust. They say the mental influences are very bad too. Numbers were queer in the years after Nahum's taking, and always they lack the power to get away. Then the stronger-minded folk all left the region, and only the foreigners tried to live in the crumbling old homesteads. They could not stay, though, and one sometimes wonders what insight beyond ours their wild, weird stories of whispered magic have given them. Their dreams at night, they protest, are very horrible in the grotesque country, and surely the very look of the dark realm is enough to stir a morbid fancy. No traveler has ever escaped a sense of strangeness in those deep ravines, and artists shiver as they paint thick woods whose mystery is as much of the spirit as of the eye. I myself am curious about the sensation I derived from my one lone walk before Ami told me his tale. When twilight came, I had vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity about the deep sky voids above had crept into my soul. Do not ask me for my opinion. I do not know. That is all. There was no one but Ami to question, for Arkham people will not talk about the strange days, and all three professors who saw the aura light and its colored globule are dead. There were other globules, depends upon that. One must have fed itself and escaped, and probably there was another which was too late. No doubt it is still down the well. I know there was something wrong with the sunlight I saw above that miasmal brick. The rustic saw that the blight creeps an inch a year, so perhaps there is a kind of growth or nourishment even now. But whatever demon hatchling is there, it must be tethered to something, or else it would quickly spread. Is it fastened to the roots of those trees that claw the air? One of the current Arkham tales is about fat oaks that shine and move as ought not to do at night. What is it? Only God knows. In terms of matter, I suppose the thing Ami described would be called a gas, but this gas obeyed laws that are not of our cosmos. This was no fruit of such worlds and suns as shine on the telescope and photographic plates of our observatories. This was no breath from the skies whose motions and dimensions our astronomers measure or deem too vast to measure. It was just a color out of space, a frightful messenger from unformed realms of infinity beyond all nature as we know it, from realms whose were whose mere existence stuns the brain and numbs us with the black extra cosmic gulfs it throws open before our frenzied eyes. I doubt very much if Ami consciously lied to me, and I do think his tale was all a freak of madness, as the townsfolk had forewarned. Something terrible came to the hill and valleys on that meteor, and something terrible, though I know not in what proportion, still remains. I shall be glad to see the water come. Meanwhile, I hope nothing will happen to Ami. He saw so much of the thing, and its influence was so insidious. Why has he never been able to move away? How clearly he recalled those dying words of Nahum's, "Can't get away, draws ye. You know something's coming, but you can't not use." Ami is such a good old man. When the reservoir gang gets to work, I must write the chief engineer to keep a sharp watch on him. I would hate to think of him as the gray, twisted, brittle monstrosity which persists more and more in troubling my sleep. The end. That was really good. And we're at the 3-hour mark as well, too. I wonder if Ami was the monster. Or maybe it was overtaken by it when it passed him. All right. Now I said I was going to do some studying after, so we were just going to stay here and be cozy. This assignment is kicking. It's kicking my booty. What are you working on? While I get my page open to start my own research and studies as well. Time to learn Warudo. Yay. Hi, honey. How are you? Look, you're welcome into the kitty cafe. There you are. With your hot chalky milk. Prevalence of religiosity and spirituality in Canadian society for my sociology class. Oof. Also, we can turn our speak back on too. How are you today, honey? Also, we passed our hour reminder, so please do take a break if you need to. And if you would like to be a cat or a human in the cat cafe, there is a line of different... No breaks for you. Yeah, no breaks for you. Well, little breaks, but yeah. Look, you just got it. Oh, I just realized that I had not added our one comm over here. I'm sorry. was that at? I hope you guys go out and have a nice, what do you call it? Nice errand running today. I sometimes get excited to go out of the house as much as a little... Bye 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 bye. Be safe, be safe. And tell your mom happy birthday again. Where is it at? Did I not add it? I didn't. It's not the display capture. Where did I put the one com face audio at? Oh, there you are. I thought it was there the whole time. I'm so sorry. Your little voices were not being heard. No. All right. But let us update our... Well, we're not reading anymore, but we are having a little bit of respite and study hour. We should change the greeting effects. I guess it would just be co-working then. Yes, yes. I also need to figure out what other things I have forgotten from our scene.
Well, I uploaded it, shrug.
Oh, you're done with it already? That's good. Shrimp. It's just shrimple is that?
Yeah.
Good job, dear. Good job, good job. Oh my gosh. Dame, dame.
Other than missing pages on 2 sightings, it should be fine.
Oh. The sighting. That's kind of hopefully they won't ding you for it.
Yes, they will.
Aww. My eyeball. You know how much they're gonna ding you for? Also, did I have... No, I closed shoes. Dun, dun, dun.
Shouldn't be too much given the books are still cited.
Oh, okay.
One of them is only like 30 actual pages.
Oh, wow. That's not too bad. That's like a nice quick skim read.
I didn't even look at the second one anyways.
Oh. What time was it due today? Well, he already uploaded it, so. Um.
Midnight.
Oh, okay.
Sure hope I get a D for the class.
Why would you expect such a low grade?
And just forget about it forever.
Oh, yeah. Just want to be done with it. I hope that you can just get a passing grade so you can just leave it alone and not have to worry about it anymore.
Because I missed a lot of the total marks.
Yeah.
My actual percent is not bad on my exams and such.
Oh, that's good though.
I just didn't do everything that they asked me to do weekly because it was too overwhelming.
Yeah. Homework sometimes I feel is so unnecessary. I mean, I understand like doing like large papers and things like that, and um, what's the word that I'm looking for? Um, Having to study for exams and things like that, but the busy work sometimes is just really just not not really necessary at all.
Nope, just 20% total of the course for the weekly discussion board.
Oh my gosh, that's so much. Wow. Owie.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
I do not want to write my text and have it public to be seen and read by people.
Oh, for the board?
I could do in class discussions, but that is both difficult for me and also painful.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like the classroom participation, it feels a bit like it'd be easier because then you don't really have to worry about doing the writing, you know, but then, you know, you have to worry about your...
Yet it's a biggest discussion board and you have to write multiple texts per week and also comment on someone else's text.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds like how it is
And
here.
it closes
So.
quite early too. Multiple times I wanted to do it on Fridays but it already closed.
Aww. I feel like discussion questions is like easiest to do them right away.
From now on, I'll just look at the syllabus first thing in the semester and drop the course if it looks like lots of shit assignments that will age me.
I think most classes, I'm just trying to think from my classes. Like most classes have some discussion forum things that you have to
Drop before the
participate in.
refund deadline, so no worries.
Yeah, that's true too, though. Sorry, I know that there's the delay between responses, but yeah, I feel like the did you make the appointment to go back and speak to the?
Well, I'm halfway done with my degree and it's not a thing in all classes, so.
Oh, that's good then. That's really good then. Okay, then yeah, do that. Do that, do that. I should also have my glasses on because we're studying.
I have not yet. I need my work schedule yet to be comfortable to get the academic advising set up.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm so excited for you. It's gonna be really good. It's a good thing. Oops. It's a party that's getting untuned.
I'll just finish the training materials ASAP, preferably by today, so I can start early.
I almost forgot about that you had the training to do still. Have you just been having the videos
Yeah,
up in
just
the
a bunch of
background?
garbage, but it's not as bad at this company.
Oh.
Some of it actually makes sense and can be skipped through.
Okay.
You can't put it in the background, so I just have it as a small non-foolscreen window in the corner.
Okay. Oh, so I'm gonna take a break here just a second. My kitty is begging at the door. Little beggar! Love that I'm posting my my
I
stream.
think I will take only 2 courses per semester from now on, if not 1, because part-time studying does not give me international insurance, which is a big money saving.
Wait a minute. Oh, part-time studying does not give you international insurance. Oh, so you don't have to pay for that. Okay, that makes sense. What the heck is international insurance anyway?
JST Medical. But it's not very good.
Oh, it's just medical.
Didn't cover my glasses at all.
Oh my gosh. So what is it, just like monthly physicals and stuff?
I am not paying for something that only covers some part of medication and therapy. See? Medicine is free here.
Oh!
I can go to a doctor for free.
Oh, well then what is its purpose? What is your purpose?
I went to counseling for free.
Oh, that's actually really nice.
To cover expensive therapy and partly meds. Not worth for me at all.
Aww. Well, since you have a job now and your job will have its own insurance, you don't need it anyway. So
I much rather save the $800.
Yeah, I agree. I concur.
My current bill is $2,770 for this semester, lol.
Oof. And that's like outside of your scholarship as well?
If I was charged as any other international, it would be upwards of 7K.
College should never be that expensive. It just baffles my mind
Yes,
knowing
with
that...
all the waivers applied, it's 2.7K.
Wow. That university is free some places. It should be that way everywhere.
Why do you think I'm worried about finances, haha?
Yeah. I mean, do they make you pay immediately? Or do you have like a loan system?
I don't have a loan as of now, no.
Oh. Do they have something like...
So if I don't pay, I can't register for next semesters.
Oh, man. Well... I just don't want you to succeed. Money is such a horrible thing. Oh my gosh. I mean, it just makes so much more sense in my mind. Like, if you have free education and you're allowed to gain whatever knowledge that you need without stress.
My account is locked right now, lol.
Your school account is locked?
I can't register for next semester's RN, for instance, because the bill is not yet paid.
When does next semester start?
I can't even drop or withdraw from courses, haha. Next semester in fall.
Okay, so you have until fall to pay that? Also, I will be right back.
I will pay it soon, but pretty much.
Okay. Oh, well, especially sometimes
I don't know and don't care to know their policies.
Well, let me go to the bathroom and I'll be right back.
It takes a long time to process my waivers, so it's not a big deal that I delay by like 1 month. My waivers sometimes take like 2 to 4 months to process anyways. But yeah, this sucks, haha, especially given I am not really even halfway done with the degree. If I take 2 courses per semester, it's gonna be 12 credits per year, and I have 120 total for this degree to fill. I may have a 90 credit degree if it transfer. But a while to go still.
Okay, let's see.
But whatever gives me time to build up a resume anyways.
It's taken a long time to process the waivers, so it's not okay. I feel my waiver sometimes. Oh my gosh, 2 to 4 months to process. That sucks, especially given I am not really even halfway done with the degree. If I take 2 semesters per, or 2 courses per semester, it's going to be 12 credits per year, and I have 120 total for the degree to fill. I may have a 90 credit degree
yeah, their
if I
financial
transfer.
department is not the best. Sometimes I have to pay my fall by the time the winter is almost starting.
Wow, that's a huge delay. They like you have to pay immediately here before your classes start. But whatever gives me time to build on my yeah, I think that we're having the job that's and I have to look again to see if they have some like school course like college reimbursement. I think that's what it's called. They do. So they have a college tuition reimbursement program, encourages and supports salaried full-time and part-time hourly associates. Oh, sorry. Let me scoot my camera over a little bit. Who enroll in college, university, and technical school courses in order to obtain an associate's, bachelor's, master's, doctorate, or doctoral or technical degree, in our continued effort to be an employer of choice. They have formed a partnership with several leading education colleges and universities to allow associates to obtain a degree at a discounted rate. Tuition reimbursement may also be applied to the college, university, or technical school of your choice as long as your course selection meets the eligible requirements. So they do have that. Let me, I will send that to you. So it's just something to look into. I don't know like how long you have to be.
I believe that's a thing if you only study for something useful for Home Depot. That's what was in my training material.
Oh. Hmm. Oh, dang, they would reimburse 50% of the tuition fees. That's pretty nice.
So I do not have high hopes, but I can explore that once I'm in place.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's what it said too, 50% but only if it's a degree related to the company's business at all.
Darn.
It would be a big stretch to call psychology related to home renovation.
I don't know, man. Interior interior decorating, you could look at color therapy. You could stretch it. You could stretch it. But yeah, that makes sense. I thought well, I thought that they would cover anything, but darn, that's still
Maybe.
But that's really cool still that they'll cover it, you know?
Dude, 1 year
Trent.
with full-time courses is 7.5k not counting international fees.
1 year, $7,000. Let me see how much it is to go to a semester of school here.
So 10 courses. 20k if you are international.
Oh, it hurts. So the full-time semester here is approximately 6,000 for in-state and 12,000 for out-of-state. But that's also at a community college. Let me look at one of our bigger universities. See over here. So the estimated tuition for out-of-state undergraduate is approximately $39,000 per year, which breaks down to $19,000 per semester for a full-time student. Graduation tuition costs are around $41,000 per year, or about $20,000 per semester, depending on your program. That is a huge jump. For shame! For shame on you, universities!
Just a casual 13k for international student premiums as they are called on top of the 7.5k. What did you say it was?
Oh, turn on that closer, hold on. History. Okay. Oh, I should put for international, actually. I'm sorry. Okay, the estimated tuition for international undergraduate student. Oh, sorry. For international undergraduate students is approximately 39,000 per year, which breaks down to about 19,000 per semester for full-time enrollment. So it's like double yours. Ew. I agree. I agree.
Best country my ass.
I agree. I agree. Ah, man.
Immigrants don't have that money.
No. But they'll want you to go ahead and get in and become in debt as
They
the
can
rest.
live their entire fucking lives on that amount of money in their economy where they come from.
Yeah, you're 100% correct.
They have to be millionaires at home to pay that.
I really feel like sometimes that.
Speaking from experience.
No. I understand that you're correct, and I know that to be true of other people as well too.
That amount to Ukrainian currency is millions.
Wow. I feel like they have to hate us. I feel like they have to hate us. Like why would you charge people so much money to go to school? I just feel like it makes so much more sense to allow for free education, because then you actually have people who can not worry about.
40,000 US dollars is 1.75 million in Ukrainian currency.
How much is, well, I guess I'd have to wonder, like, what is the like regular like cost of living there as well too. It's okay. The American dollar is about to collapse, and sadly. With all of this stuff happening here.
Average monthly is 30k Ukrainian currency, i.e. $720.
Oh my goodness. It's so nice. I'll never understand why it's just money is like that.
And that's 2025 after billions being pumped into the country for war. It was worse when I lived there.
How are things now? I haven't looked recently. I've been trying to keep my mind off of international news for a while. It's just hard to get away from it sometimes. I don't even want to see what's going on here. I feel like on the weekend I just want to take a break from hearing about anything bad happening.
But yeah, I get why people come to live in expensive countries and send their minuscule savings to their family's home. That little amount is a hoard back home.
It makes a huge difference as well, especially if you don't work for the entire year and you just work for a 9-month contract so that you don't have to pay taxes and then you can send everything home and you don't have to worry about it.
Wish that was the case for me too.
I wish it was too, but you're getting there. Do you all plan on moving back or are you just gonna stay here?
I think I pay taxes no matter what on all earnings.
Wow. Well, that's because you're kind of there, like you're not going home and taking the time off because you're a student. Although I don't know. It just doesn't seem to make sense that you would make a student pay taxes. Like, why? Oh, actually, I should probably have this since I'm kind of looking up stuff. We'll take a break in like 20 minutes and then I think we'll switch over to a game for a little bit and then we'll come back over here to relax. I fell in love with something yesterday that I saw and I have not felt so motivated to learn about a system because of how like just engrossed I was in the technology behind how something works. Like it made me so happy. And I was just like, new dream started. We must learn. We must learn this program. I'm so happy about it. I feel like I could just watch videos about it all day, but I don't want to do that. I actually want to understand it. Uh, I can't wait. Okay, let's go back. And let's join this.
Marks in my area has a bunch of steel-toed sneakers, so that's good.
Oh, are you gonna go today?
Maybe. They are open till 9 p.m. my time.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, I know how to fix it. Oh, well, I guess.
I should probably figure out my food situation for today soon and then just continue finishing up the required material.
Mm-hmm. What do you feel like for today?
I can stay on stream as I had before though, so no big deal.
Oh, you're fine, honey. I like you being here, though. Thank you. Mwah. I think I am going
Do
to.
not kiss me, OMG.
Oh no, take it back.
I do not like that.
Okay, pat, sorry.
My mother has not returned my kitchen scales to me. I should have taken them back when I was visiting her SMH.
Aww. Yeah, you should have probably brought it with.
I kinda want them to measure bulk foods for calorie counting.
Can you just go get a smaller, cheaper one for now? Or like you can actually measure it in the grocery store at the scales in the produce area.
I can probably.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
No scales in my store.
Oh, there's no scales in the produce area?
No, it's weighed on the self-checkouts and by the cashiers.
Oh, that's true too. I guess you could just kind of run back and forth to the self-checkout and weigh stuff.
The checkouts have built-in automatic scales.
Yes.
But I do not see the weight.
Oh.
I just see the price.
Okay. I guess you'd have to kind of do the math yourself by the... Because it should tell you on the
And if I
screen.
buy bulk and then want to measure a portion at home, I need scales.
Oh, yeah, that's true too.
But every spending is a loss, so I will think about it and see how much the scales are.
Okay. You could ask her to mail it.
If it's $10 I can afford, if it's 25 then maybe I can make do without it for now. Shrug.
Yeah. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button, sorry. All the keybinds going on. And there's our next hour reminder. Welcome back. Oh, Cuddy.
Okay, I'm on my phone now.
Okay. Be safe driving. Oh, look, the sky's changing. How pretty.
I like the earbuds so much more, lol, for my computer even.
They definitely make a difference
I will
for
try
me.
them for games sometime.
Oh yeah, you can do that. You can. You just have to charge them more often.
Still at home, not driving yet.
Okay.
No headphone hair gamer indent with earbuds as opposed to headphones.
Yeah, that's true too.
I always worry about that and fix it with a brush, lol.
Maher. Appa, 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 appa. Mm.
Stop being in my walls, streamer. I see the notification.
What? How was I in your walls? What happened? And then your walls.
Made my phone ring.
Oh. Bring, bring.
I saw what you did.
Yeah. Oh, wait, our phone is not buzzing anymore. Oh, wait, I have so many of the toggles out. I was hitting so many buttons I didn't mean to. No, wait. Alright, there we go. I was typing away trying to register for this site. I have to remember to not hit the
Your
keypad.
deeds will be remembered.
You'll never get away with it. So we're all starry-eyed too. Where's our stars? There we go. Alright, 3D background. Oh, I have to read this. Oh, set up for Warudo. Oh, wait. I said we were gonna take a break at the top of the hour and we were gonna play games for a little bit before I started studying again. What do we even want to play for a little bit? The song that is going off in my head is absolutely not the song that goes with what we're listening to right now. Why? Ouch. We would need a visual novel game since today is reading and Respite. What visual novel game do I have even installed right now besides Cabernet? We do need to get back to Cabernet, though. Oh, they actually have a sale right now, too. Is it visual Navi enough, though?
Nobody is stopping you from playing cybernetic.
Cybernetic. What is cybernetic? Is that actually a
Cabernet
game?
asterisk.
Oh, Cabernet. I know, I want to play something that's still going to have lots of reading in it, since today is like reading stream or just relaxing stream, so.
Autocorrect.
Autocorrect, how did you get cybernetic out of Cabernet? Hmm. I guess Cabernet is visual Navi enough. We just have the parts where we have to also explore what's going on around the town. Let me see. Don't forget to check out the spring sale on Steam and get some games for very, very close to free. Na na na. Why was Clannad a bit pricey? What? I don't even remember. I've had it for so long now. Some of these games really don't count as visual novels. Come on now. You can't just throw everything in there. Like, how is the Chill With You lo-fi story a visual novel? That's more like a Pomodoro work timer sort of game. Would that be too scary for us to play? I do want to play a scary game right now. It says it's short as well, too. Would it be good? It's called Everything Will Be Fine. Let's see, hold on. It only has like 35 reviews. You know what this reminds me of? Oh, what is that game where you're almost like on an alien planet and like you can pick different routes in which you want to travel and you meet and talk to different people? My description, I'm sure it was very descriptive. It's in my...
No idea what that game would be.
It's in my games folder. I don't want to go look at it right now. Let's go back to Cabernet for a little bit then. Hold on. It is decided your fate. I need to adjust some things over here still. Hold on. I'm here, I'm here. Don't be scared. I'm here. Alright, what did I want to adjust the last time that we were over here? I was like, wait, what? Hold on, let me pull the game up really quick.
Goodness, I was worried for a moment.
Don't be afraid.
Thought you were gone.
Forever. Alright, there we go. And then I wanted to adjust your size as well. Little baby walking in the corner. Hiding behind the bush. Lumi just walking or being dragged along. Oh, you cannot see him. He is behind the bush. Dip, dip, dip. Too low. I think it's okay there. Alright. Let's return to our gameplay.
I sure hope a size 10 shoe will be okay with a steel toe.
Are you going to try them on? You would try them on first, I hope.
I might need to get a 10.5, we'll see.
Yeah. Especially since the toe's gonna be really hard.
I will try if I go yes.
Yes. Okay. I honestly don't even remember where we left off at either. Apparently all the way here. Also, okay, that's here. Everything is over here. Good. What time is it? Let's see. We will
My shoes at
play.
home are 10 to 11.
Okay. So, oh, you said you have a bit of a wider foot, so I would definitely go larger rather than smaller with steel toe. But you don't want them to be too big. All right, we'll play this for like a half an hour and then we'll go back. We're not gonna get very far in a half an hour, but that's okay. What was our task? What we to do? Cupola night. Explore town till a cupola night. Is that not tonight then? Bottom of the bottle. Oh, we have to go to his shed again. Join Anastasia for dinner. Visit all but not her saloon. We need to find the kitty again. Workaholic. I thought we completed 2 tasks for the doctor already. And then we need to ask him to continue his story. Help Evgeny get his journal back. Oh, that's right, he lost it in a bet. Oh, the alcohol. The game was absolutely rigged. It was rigged.
In this game 30 minutes actually equal 30 minutes of gameplay, as opposed to some games cough cough star citizen cough asterisk 5-minute bus ride just to leave home and...
Oh man, I wanted that game to work so badly. I just cannot. Oh my gosh. Wait, it's dawn.
God, I can't see my reflection in mirrors anymore. I wonder if I will one day forget my face.
Wait, I want... Here. What do we need anyway? I wonder if we have enough to buy it that other dress. We absolutely should have taken that dress from Anastasia.
Sure do love taking 8 laggy elevators in a bus to play the video game.
I'm like, man, do you not want us to play the game? How sweet. And especially because there's so much role playing that is involved in the game. Like, how is it so laggy? I should have looked more into the other one. Oh, what was it called? I gotta go back and look at it. There was another space one that seemed to fare a bit better, I feel. Do we want the literature? I feel like we need this one. Cause,
Something elite.
yes! The elite one! That's right. Doctor, are you not there? No?
I have it on Steam.
Oh, how is it comparatively? Comparatively?
I played for like 2 hours in single player.
Did we not sleep last time? Oh, dawn would be, the sun coming up, wouldn't it?
I didn't try the multiplayer.
Oh. Did you like it? Did we read this one already? Oh, we did. We need literature. That's 2 hours.
There is no walking in that game, i.e. you don't step foot out of your seat and all is done in menus.
Aw, I don't know how I feel about that. Wait, it says that we were... Okay, now it's sunrise. Are we supposed to sleep? Oh, we do have to go to sleep. Where did we leave off with last time then? Back into our gown, I suppose. Monday, 17th of June. Pick up the present, Fiona. Fiona prepared for you. Okay, let's go do that then.
OMG, snow is actually melting.
Yay! Welcome in the spring.
So much muck though, haha.
Yeah, it's sloppy outside.
Lisa, I was just thinking about you.
Evening, Faina. You said I should stop by earlier?
Yes, of course. Just give me one moment. There. This is now yours.
Aw, she gave us a Hamsara to ward away negative energy. That's so sweet, Faina. Thank you.
It's so intricate and beautiful.
Also, I forgot to put our our telepon over here and make it tiny again. Hopefully that looks okay right there. No!
I'm afraid I don't know what it is, though. Sorry.
Are we looking peakish again? Does that mean that we need to eat?
Sweetheart, there is no shame in that. We live and we learn, and then forget and learn again. This is a Hamsa amulet that was passed to me long ago by a dear friend when I had to leave our home. None of us wished for things to happen that way, but he couldn't go, and I couldn't stay. He knew how hard it would be for me to part with my old life, and how many challenges were still ahead, so he gave me this to protect me.
Aww.
And everywhere I went since, I took it with me, and every new place felt like home.
Okay. Maybe we should put it here.
Now I want you to have it.
Why would that give us humanity points?
This amulet seems really important to you. Are you sure you'd like me to have it?
This Hamsa was given to me to help me remember that my home is always with me. My journey here was long and windy, but in my heart, I know I'm where I always wanted to be. Your path is just beginning, little dove, so you'll make much more use of it now. And when someone needs it more than you do, sooner or later, I hope you pass it on to them.
Yes, Faina.
Oh, hell to thank you, Faina. I'll do my best to use it well.
Thank you, dear. She's like our godmother.
No need, sweetheart. I know you will. And I hope I've lived long enough to know that there are some things you can't change, no matter how hard you try. But I also learned that there are always some things that you can.
Both of those things aren't that easy to deal with, are they?
It's simple, really. Just remember to be kind and useful, and all the rest will come. I think I'm getting a bit tired, little dove. I'll go lie down if you don't mind.
Please do. Have a good night.
Help yourself to a cup of tea if you'd like. I made too much again. Silly me.
You know, I feel like if we had the choice, I would want to turn Faina because she's so sweet. I'd want her to stay with us.
I can't believe how good it is, even as a vampire. Without a doubt, one of the best things I've ever tasted. These books are written in a foreign language. They look beautiful. Wish I could read some of them. Faina's plants are so well kept. She almost treats them like they are her equals. Faina's plants are so well kept. She almost treats them like they are her equals.
Okay. Thank you, Faina. All right, let's see what is next. Oh, why did I think that we were there today? I'm sorry. Okay. Explore the town. Okay, so we have several days to do that. I wonder if we can do dinner with Anastasia. Oh, actually, we haven't gone to the saloon, and this was locked for a while, so let's go to the saloon and see Arben. Let's go take a stroll into the night. Oh, how did we do bat form again? I forgot. Oh, there we go. Okay. And our enchanting. Okay. Onward we go.
Lisa, good to speak with you. Have you been well?
I think we've been doing pretty well.
As well as can be expected.
A very diplomatic answer, lovely. Would you like to share more over a drink? On the house, of course.
Yes, please, so we don't have to feed on a human.
By drink, do you mean?
Up to you. I do pride myself on my Cabernet, but we have plenty of other options.
We definitely want Cabernet. Wait, what's something stronger? Would that mean that we actually, like, actively feed on someone?
A Cabernet then, please.
Of course. One moment.
But I don't want our cup to get less than this, because we were looking a little more
Anything in particular you'd like to toast to?
peckish than usual. Oh, why? We have the wrong dress on. No, no, no.
Nothing comes to mind, I'm afraid.
To your good health, then. Now then, have you been settling in well?
Oh my gosh, we'd need 2 more classes then.
Indeed, he is.
Good, good. I'm glad to hear it. Siring comes with such responsibility. I worry sometimes people forget that.
Good sire.
And with your entrance at the party. Still, if you ever need advice or a sympathetic ear, you can always come to me.
Thank you, Auburn.
Thank you. I will.
Oh, another customer. Quite busy in the salon today. Not that I'm complaining.
We've never seen her before. Who's this mysterious person?
Apologies, Lisa. Best for us to have a proper chat another night when it's a little quieter. Is that all right?
Of course, I understand. I'll see you around.
Oh. Oh. I don't have my walking legs.
Arben's clearly a worldly woman. I wonder what brings her to this town. I'll have to ask her next time.
I don't remember if we had enough to purchase that other dress yet. Let's check.
What can I do for you?
Oh, more subjects. What's that? Buy a hostess gift? What's that?
What should I pick up for Anastasia?
Oh, we have it. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, she definitely. Oh, the music cylinder. How many coins do we have, though?
Ah, Chopin's Waltz in A minor. Now, that is a perfect gift. A little pricey, but Anastasia will surely be ecstatic.
Okay.
How may I assist you today?
Well, now that we've made that purchase. Oh, we have. Be 20 for the dress. Now we give us science and logic, but we're not doing anything in that area right now. I wonder if I should go back upstairs and change before we go see her.
The biggest straw did not allow me to go west due to traffic, so I just did a right turn and went to Mark's. I'll hop off in a moment while I try the shoe seas.
Okay, enjoy your shoe shopping. What does our dress give us? Literature and writing. Oh, I should go. I don't remember if we have a dress that actually gives us points into music and hopefully she's at the school still. Blop blop. Oh. Wait, do we have one? Okay, let's wear this one then. No, she's not here. Let's go by her home. I heard people talking though. Unless it's here. Okay, well, at least Evgeny is not in here.
Hi there.
Spending his life drinking to the bottom of a bottle.
The lights are on. Someone must be at home. Strange. The lights are on, so someone must be home. Is that smoke I smell?
Oh no.
Anastasia? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. The door is open. Please let yourself in.
Maybe she's just burning dinner.
Go down, you son of a bitch. There. That's better.
Oh no.
Sorry about that. Welcome to my humble abode.
Goodness, are you all right? What happened here?
She was clearly just trying to make dinner.
Don't worry about it. Just a little mishap in the kitchen. I only left the room for a moment, but evidently it was still too long. Sadly, I'm afraid that means that dinner quite literally went up in flames.
Ah, what a shame. I've been so looking forward to it.
Indeed it is. So sorry about all this. May I at least offer you some tea?
That sounds perfect.
Wonderful. Let me quickly clean up and put the samovar on.
Thank you again for inviting me over, Anastasia. I actually got you a little something to repay your hospitality.
Did you now? Oh, Lisa, you really shouldn't have. Especially now that I can't even offer a proper meal in return.
I saw this and immediately thought of you.
Is that... Oh my goodness. Chopin? Lisa, I can't believe you got this for me. It must have cost a small fortune too. Are you sure?
It's my pleasure.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll treasure it, I promise. I only hope I won't wear the cylinder out. So, now that you're finally here, I have to ask, what do you think about this place? When it's not on fire, that is.
The house is gorgeous, of course, but I have to say I'm simply in love with your garden. The stony path, the cozy bench. Just standing there under the moonlight among the flowers feels so serene.
Yes, it sure is. Hold on a moment.
Damn it. I forgot her memory of my last visit was wiped away.
Uh-oh.
When did you have a chance to see the garden? Have you been here before?
Can we enchant her right now?
If I enchant her, her memories will be erased again. Seems like that's the only way out of this blunder. Sorry, Anastasia. Well, that was embarrassing. If I want to see her again, I should probably come visit her in a different location, just to be safe.
We made it. That was close. Also, we should go into bat form because we're still missing the kitty, which usually is sitting high above the rooftops. And last time, Pumpkin was up here, but Pumpkin is not here anymore either.
It's too dark. I don't want to stumble on a branch and break my neck.
We have to go into invisible form, I forgot. So we don't scare them. Oh, wait, there's more back here.
Even as a vampire, I wouldn't risk straying far from the path here.
There's more. There you are, Pumpkin.
Pumpkin! What are you doing here? So fluffy.
Kitty purrs.
Are you hungry?
Do we have any fish on us?
I brought you something tasty. Here you go.
Oh, awesome.
Good, huh?
All right. But we didn't have any rabbits. Lemmy, you hear nothing. Lumi, you see nothing. Okay, then we go into vampire farm, right? There we go. No! Wait, do you go into invisible mode then? I thought it was vampire farm. What is it? Is it the light? Oops.
It's too dark. I don't want to stumble on a branch and break my neck.
What did we do last time? Let me look at the... Actually... No, go back to glossary... Tutorials... Feeding... No... Oh, bunny hunting! If you don't have enough blood to survive the night, you may hunt bunnies in the woods. Use invisibility while you're in vampire shape to approach them undetected. Nihilism points will be added as a result. Okay, so First vampire form, then invisibility. No, we can't. Oh, if we go back out, I guess we go back this way. Here, little critter. No, come back. Why does it take us out of invisibility when we go through each... No, stop. No. Are we just not meant to feed today? No, it's just the bramble. Okay. Vampire form, invisibility. Bunny, you saw nothing. There we go. No, why? Okay. Well, I suppose we'll just make do with the cabernet that we had this evening. Oops. Wonder if we have time to go see Tomlin.
What? Fascinating. If I try to make myself fly across the lake, I simply can't. I think this might be another vampiric restriction. Looks like if I want to cross a body of water, I have to do it like any other human.
So do we get on the boat? Oh, we very well might burn. Oh.
What's Elisa doing here? It doesn't seem as though she's noticed me. I should just watch and wait for now.
Wait, she just went in somewhere.
What are you doing, Elisa? Let's see. Ha! A secret handle underneath the moss. Very clever.
Curiosity, curiosity.
What's all this?
Oh.
What's that smell? It's making me a bit lightheaded.
Who's there? Lisa?
It's us.
Oh no.
They have hookah.
How did you find this place?
It was an accident, I promise. I was exploring the island and I just saw you and... well, I was curious.
Well, I can hardly blame you. Now that you're here, I suppose I should welcome you to my little boutique.
You said you like chucks, right?
I do, I love chucks.
Just what is this anyway?
Do they have steel-toed chucks?
I found steel-toed ones, lol.
Yay! I bet you they're so cute. Send me a picture, send me a picture.
It's called hookah.
Hookah!
Different from the usual fare around here,
Hookah is so tasty.
Finally, somewhere to spend the evening that isn't that dreadful vodka bar or Arbon's place. No offense to her, but I tire of the same old company.
You run this place?
Naturally. Would you care to try some?
Yes.
Not. It seems a little too close to smoking for my comfort.
Suit yourself. At least make yourself comfortable.
How could you pass up such a fun opportunity? It's so awesome. They have the chocos and everything. It looks so cozy. Oh, there's another piece of painting. Oh, we've only found 10 or 8. Man.
Ooh, this feels incredibly comfortable. I fear if I sit on it, I might fall asleep.
Oh.
The smell is intoxicating, but not unpleasant. The smell is intoxicating, but not unpleasant. The fabric of the seats seems durable, but feels silky and so soft. Good job, Elisa.
Listen, the Countess doesn't know about this place, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. Do you understand?
Yes, of course. Your secret's safe with me.
Ah, thank you. I was worried I might have to kill you.
Take your whole life.
Joking.
Yes, of course.
Mother has been particularly restrictive of my actions recently.
Oh, that's her mom.
Something to call my own. And the extra income doesn't hurt either.
Wait, Mother?
Yes, we're all discovering this together.
Yes? Oh, you didn't know. I mean the Countess. She sired me and took me in as her daughter.
Oh, okay.
Does that make Dr. Volkov my father?
I doubt it. My relationship with the Countess is somewhat unusual, as I understand it.
So the Countess doesn't know that you're doing this?
Precisely. You see why this needs to stay underground, so to speak.
Literally.
But enough of me. How are you, Lizaveta?
Picture
Enjoying
sent.
your new eternity?
Yay! Thank you.
It's interesting, I suppose.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh? You must tell me your secrets. Or perhaps it's just that you're still young.
Well, I suppose it's... the power. So many things I couldn't do before.
Mm-hmm. You're an honest one, Lisa. I like that about you. But I wouldn't go saying that to just anyone. As entertaining a diversion as this was, I suppose I should attend to my duties.
The way I walk
You should
sucks
come
with
again,
steel
though.
toes, so I
It's
might need to
difficult
walk
find a
differently,
decent
haha.
conversation partner.
Oh no.
The shoe will
Aw.
bend so much.
Aw.
The vampires are so stagnant, and the humans too fragile.
I imagine it's going to be like walking in military boots.
Do you remember when I asked you about the sunrise?
Yes, I do. Don't tell me you... But isn't that fatal?
Usually, yes. But that's where necromancy comes in. There should be some form of protection spell that will permit me to shield my body from the sun's rays.
Oh.
It's only in the theory stages for now, but I am making progress.
Oh, that's the books that she was looking at.
Oh, it sounds lovely to see the sun again.
If it works, perhaps I could
Those are
replicate
Chuck's,
it.
right? Picture 2 cent.
Oh! Let me look. I'm imagining that you sent it on Discord.
I have to step heel forward so hard, haha.
Oh, they look very nice. I like them. They look very good. I like the color as well. It's a very nice choice.
Enough, enough. I'll be here all night at this rate. Stay if you like, or don't. See you around.
I like her voice actor as well. Are we going to make it home in
I'm taking them
time?
probably then.
Oh, yay, they look really good.
Sunrise, huh? Elisa certainly is ambitious. I'm a little curious whether she'll be able to pull it off, though. I suppose I'll just have to wait and see.
Those are Chucks, yes?
Yes, those are Chucks. And the ones... Uh-oh, oh, we're going to burn. Oh no. Oh, which way do we go to leave? Wait. Can we not? Uh-oh. This way. Oh no. The ones that were the black and white were more the, what do you call it? The
Welcome me to the family then.
welcome to the Chuck family. But the black and white ones are more of the like traditional Chucks, and then they break off from there. But yes, welcome to the family. I need to purchase another pair of black shell toe Chucks. Those are my favorite, the low top black shell tops. Also, we can put this away now. Oh, we didn't even check and see if we had anything for the doctor.
Those were not mine, just the mirror WA.
Oh! Alright, let's go ahead and
Yeah, I gotcha.
Too bad. Reflection. I wonder if I will.
Alright, I think we're out of slots, so we're just gonna start all the way over again at the top. Yay! Okay.
There's enough space inside for winter socks too, so that's nice.
Oh yes, that's very good actually. We're gonna float back over here. But yeah, that's so awesome. I really like them. They're cute. Very cute. Yeah, so Converse is like the brand. When people say Chucks, what they think of, like they're thinking of Converse Chucks. But like that particular style, they all can be considered Chucks, but usually people are like, oh yeah, Converse. Let me actually find the...
I think I have that brand at home, but different style.
the actual naming history. That's what I'm thinking about. So the Converse Chuck Taylor All-Star sneaker was first introduced in 1917 as a basketball shoe and were redesigned in 1922 with input from basketball player Chuck Taylor, who became a key promoter of the brand. Over the decades, they evolved into a popular casual footwear choice, becoming iconic in various subcultures while maintaining their classic design. So that's where the name Chucks comes from the Converse line. But yeah, it's just a style of shoe. I love them. I think they're really cozy. Very, very cozy. Oh, wait. It's Chucks. What's the company? Is it just Converse? Oh, it is. Oh, they're a subsidiary of Nike since, of course, since 2003. Why? Oh, they're out of Massachusetts. That's nice. Back to studies. After a little break, though.
Shoes got 109 without tax. Food time then.
Congratulations on your shoes. I went and got a little bit of a snack. Uh-oh. All right. Where do I want to start first? I suppose going through the Warudo. Documentation first would be smart. So we'll start there. Dun, 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 dun. Uh-oh. A healthy little tangerine. So yummy. Yummy, yummy. They were 109. Goodness gracious. I guess that makes sense for the steel toad. I don't know if you could do that as a tax write-off for work. Oh my gosh. Okay. I had a tangerine and what's it called? A little cheesecake bite. All right. I don't know. Why did you lock me out? Oh. It was so loud. I'm sorry. Mmm. Did I go through all of these already? Alright, let's look at the maps.
Made it.
Oh, goody.
So much traffic, OMG.
Oh, yeah. It feels like a Saturday. Oh wait, did you get food or are you just on back in the car?
Walking in lot to get food.
Oh, okay. Um, now, where did you save that screenshot at? um, there it is. Oh gosh, if I open up Photoshop, is it going to make the computer go burr? Hmm. Hmm. I'm scared. Let's use Canva. I feel like that will be a little bit safer. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Why are there two? Hmm. Oh, where did it go? My life.
There's a scale for 16 Canadian dollars, but I gotta get someone to help me find it, lol.
Like, give me the goods. That is not a good font for this at all. I wonder if that would actually work. Oops. What about this? Is that two? No. No. Okay. Oops. So then that should be. Oops. Oh no. This needs a background. And we need to translate this to Mandarin. Okay. Then paste. Alright. And then it needs a background. Canva. Do me a solid. Oh, I wonder if we do that. Will that look okay? Oh, it's very big. How about we shrink it by a lot? Let's go to 50. That's better. Okay, so then we will delete this. And then move this here. It's still not very easy to see though. Guess we could try that one. Also reducing it by a lot. Is that better? And let's delete this one. How does that look? Okay, now we need like cute little confettis. Is this transparent? Hope so. Perfect. Oh, maybe we should have done heart confetti instead. Oops. So, delete that. Oh, no, it's too bright now.
Well, I got some bulk stuff.
Good job. Good job, good job.
There's a clear out, so it's really good value.
Yes, it's honestly the best time to shop. Okay, so no for that. I wonder if I should bring in the sides a little bit then. And then
2 kilograms of tortellini for like $16.
oh, let's do some American math.
4.4 pounds.
Thank you. You already knew. uh,
1 to 2.2. That's the ratio.
Oh, 1 to 2. Transparency. Uh-oh. We selected the wrong thing.
Gotta carry all that to my home now up the slippery slope.
Oh no, there's a very slippery slope. Be careful. It's the worst falling with groceries.
I much rather fall with.
You'd much rather fall with the groceries? Oh my gosh, no.
Then don't without.
Not without them. I can say that there was a time in my life where, oh no, why is the image, hold on. There was a time in my life when, what is it called? Nope, 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 that's not what I want. Gosh, my words. Anyway, I was skating and I was eating ice cream at the same time. And I happened to fall. And all that I remember was being so concerned about my ice cream and screaming about my ice cream falling versus me falling, which I think is just priorities. My ice cream!
LOL.
It was terrible. It's terrible, terrible.
Got her priorities right.
They were. Top of the hour, break time. I just wanted. Oh, alright, do you have a transparent Giphy? Please have a transparent background. Yes. Perfect, perfect. Now, get out of here. Get out of here. And you come here. Yes. You're so cute. Perfect. Hmm. Let's see how it's gonna come out. I wonder what the night sky will look like. Oh, that actually came out okay. All right. Mel 66 Lab. to post on the other socials as well. Cute, dude. Okay, I made a like a what do you call it? I made a post about the cafe supporting the creator. It's so cute. Me liking. What is this? I have not been following. My goodness. Okay. Social media post done. Close all of this now. Close. Close this out. So I think we're done with Canva for today. Let's see. We're also at the 6-hour mark, so. As I just get an email from Star Citizen. No, go away. Stop sending me your emails. I'm so disappointed in you. Oh, I need to look, read up on Nilo Tune as well. So I want to be a kitty again, so we're gonna...
Naya.
Yay. I do need to message them and ask about why it wasn't staying as long.
Naya.
Oh, look, you're right next to me. Yeah, yeah. It's so cute. Naya. Stop judging my Bibu Boppy. She doesn't get it, okay? Yeah. I guess we could work on adjusting her voice a bit. I love the one comm system. It's probably one of my favorite assets. And I wish that there were more fun things like the cat cafe that you could use. I know they have a lot of different themes that you can find for little things like with your chat and stuff like that, but I just think things like this are so priceless. And it also discourages me. Well, it doesn't discourage me. Yeah, it does. It discourages me from having to go over to Twitch, because the one thing that I miss about that is the interactiveness for chat, and so it does kind of make me feel bummed out that there's like so many games that are interactive for chat, but things like this I think are so awesome, and it makes up for it in my little heart. So I will continue to follow Mao Lab and I hope that they come out with so many more like fun interactive games for OneCom. so that all our dreamers can do things like being in the cat cafe. Yeah. Okay, back to studying. Nilotun. The shader can be changed in real time based on the background that changes during the broadcast. I wonder if I should contact Papa-san and ask them if they use the shader. Oh, I almost forgot my other Mandarin. So I don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner tonight too. I think we will close with a short reading though. Let's see. Let's see, we've been streaming for about 6 hours. So my goal is to stream for about 6 to 8 hours on the days that I stream. So we're going to be changing our streaming schedule. So I have to think about this. So I think we're only going to have our permanent guaranteed streaming day on Tuesday or Thursday. One of those. I think maybe. Well, I also want to see what day your streaming schedule is, or your work schedule is going to be, so that way I'll know if I'll have a mod on board or not. But then every other day outside of that one day are all going to be just guerrilla streams, because it'll be these sort of longer
If someone
streams.
is on a lot of weed, would you call them your highness?
Should I go get on a lot of the Healy Green right now so I can be called your highness? Oh, that's so funny.
This joke came to me, so I had to say it.
No, I love it. I love it. So if it can be changed in real time, then we are contemplating real-time changes within Nilotun shader. Okay, I think we probably should read more about Warudo first. We love reading, but just not when it's not fun stuff. Not that it's not fun. I actually have so much excitement about working in these new programs. And I really want to learn more about how to... I really just need to sit down and do the... go back to Blender.
Blender? Can I have a smoothie?
Do we have a smoothie back here behind the counter? No, we just have coffee and sweets. I'm sorry. No smoothies here today. Oh, let me see. What short reading we're actually gonna end with. The time is moving so quickly. Since we're in a cat cafe, maybe we should find a little story with kitties.
I just realized that I could balance my headphones since one ear is louder than the other, in the old Windows 7 settings still present in W10. It's better now for sure.
Wow. So you're just gonna completely switch over to the wireless headphones now? And your audio should work off the mic too. You just need to reroute everything through the headphones.
No.
No?
I'm using the regular ones.
Oh, you're using the regular ones.
I balanced the old headphones.
Oh, okay, I understand. Thank you.
One
So
ear was 10% louder.
does it feel better now?
Also BRB food, one moment.
Hi, hi. The King of Cats. The Cat and the Mouse in Partnership. Oh yeah, okay. So our once I find out what my mod schedule is, we'll have our permanent guaranteed streaming day at 10 on Tuesday or Thursday. I feel like it's going to be Tuesday. And then every other day will be gorilla streams, and they'll probably be these longer set of streams that don't necessarily have a schedule. But I want to incorporate more just chatting, and I think that's something that I had been a bit nervous about. And now I don't I don't necessarily feel that way. So I want to be able to have these longer streams, and once we move over to another dimension, hint hint, we will definitely have more intimacy, I think, in Somnium here, and I feel like there'll be more of a visual closeness with the dreamers, so I think that'll be really nice.
Back.
Alrighty. Oh, my keyboard is so heavy in like a good way, but still. I'm very happy about this. The cat on the Joverfell. Let's see. Where did it go? Where did it go? I just looked at it. There was one more cat story in here. um... Oh, the King of Cats. This is a really short one, so we will go ahead and read this, and then we will conclude for the day. Oh, I forgot that they're in layers like that. That's okay there, I think. All right. I gotta put myself back in. Put me in, coach.
Naya.
Yay, we get to be the black kitty. Also, let me mute. Perfect. The King of Cats, a traditional English tale. One winter's evening, the sexton's wife was sitting by the fireside with her big black cat, Old Tom, on the other side, both half asleep and waiting for the master to come home. They waited and they waited, but still he didn't come, till at last he came rushing in, calling out, "Who's Tommy Tildrum?" in such a wild way that both his wife and his cat stared at him to know what was the matter. "Why, what's the matter?" said his wife. "And why do you want to know who Tommy Tildrum is?" "Oh, I've had such an adventure. I was digging away at old Mr. Fordyce's grave when I suppose I must have dropped asleep, and only woke up by hearing a cat's meow." "Meow?" said Old Tom in answer. "Yes, just like that. So I looked over the edge of the grave, and what do you think I saw?" "Now, how can I tell?" said the sexton's wife. "Why, 9 black cats, all like our friend Tom here, all with a white spot on their chests." "And what do you think they were carrying?" "Why, a small coffin covered with a black velvet pall, and on the pall was a small coronet all of gold, and at every third step they took, they cried all together, 'Meow, meow,'" said Old Tom again. "Yes, just like that," said the sexton. "And as they came nearer and nearer to me, I could see them more distinctly, because their eyes shone out of a sort of a green light. Well, they all came towards me, 8 of them carrying the coffin, and the biggest cat of all walking in front, for all the world like. But look at our Tom, how he's looking at me. You'd think he knew all I was saying." Go on," said his wife. "Never mind Old Tom." "Well, as I was a-saying, they came towards me slowly and solemnly, and at every third step, crying all together, 'Meow, meow,'" said Old Tom again. "Yes, just like that, till they came and stood right opposite Mr. Fordyce's grave, where I was, when they all stood still and looked straight at me. I did feel queer, that I did. But look at Old Tom. He's looking at me just like they did." "Go on now, go on," said the wife. "Never mind Old Tom." "Where was I? Oh, they all stood still looking at me, when the one that wasn't carrying the coffin came forward, and staring straight at me, said to me, yes, I tell ye, said to me, with a squeaky voice, 'Tell Tom Tildrum that Tim Tildrum dead.' And that's why I asked you if you know who Tom Tildrum was." "For how can I tell Tom Tildrum Tim Tildrum's dead if I don't know who Tom Tildrum is?" "Look at Old Tom, look at Old Tom," screamed the wife. And well, he might look, for Tom was swelling and Tom was stirring, and at last Tom shrieked out, "What? Old Tim dead? Then I'm the king of cats," and rushed up the chimney and was never more seen. The end. Oh, the tongue twister of Toms. Oh, that was wonderful. All right, I think that we had a very cozy day today. I'm trying to think what I have tomorrow. But sometime, hopefully during the day. I'll have the opportunity to come by and see you here in Somnium. And we can once again gather together in the cat cafe. It's so cute. But thank you for joining me for such a long, cozy stream today. And I hope everyone liked our new setup. We have so many exciting things to look forward to here. And most of all, I hope that no matter where you are in the world or what time it is, that you never stop reaching for your dreams. And remember that I hold you close to my heart and never give up. So for now, good night. Oyasumi and sweet dreams. Oh, we hadn't been putting in our keybinds. Oh no, where are they connected? Not our keybinds, our commands. Let me see. Oh yes, I mean, should be one of them. So should good night. Oh wait, do I not have no, word party is on there. Yeah, it's right there. I'll have to look and see what we missed of adding to the scene for it to not be there. I'm pretty sure it was just word party. Either way, good night, good night, good night, good night. That's not for you specifically. I know you don't like kisses. That's for all the other dreamers. Good night, good night.